Oh, good morning. Good morning all. Apparently there's 17 of us already here and there's already some comments. So fingers crossed the internet behaves itself today. Nobody unplugs anything that they shouldn't. Trisha says, hi peeps, looking forward to today's hangout. Good morning, Trisha. Chris just had an email to say that Kittenish Behaviour is live on YouTube. Always makes me laugh. Christine says, hi all, excited to be back on the hangout. Hello, welcome. Cynthia says, looking forward to the hearing all about your projects, turning in from a windy Kenosha, Wisconsin. We're at 6 a.m. Good morning. Wow, it's really early. And Caroline is here. Morning all. Good morning. How is everybody today? It is nice to be back. Nice to be back. So I am early, only a couple of minutes early. I had to I haven't logged on for so long to this particular part of YouTube that it was like, please reconfirm and tell us that you are actually the person that you're saying that you are. And it was like, couldn't remember my password. So I had a little funny 5 minutes of panic. Like, oh God, don't tell me that I have messed up yet again. But no, it's okay. I have them stored on my preferences in Safari on my laptop, because I have different passwords for everything, which you're supposed to do, but yeah. Noisy computer turning itself on. Definitely needs a bit of a dust in here as well. Let's see. Bree says, good morning, evening. Good morning, evening. Are you in the afternoon, evening part of the world? Jane says, greetings from Bristol. Glad you're better. Thank you, Jane. Other Jane from Essex says, hey peeps, hi. How was the show? You looked like you had so much fun. I am so jealous. I would have loved to have gone. I just couldn't justify staying in London any longer. Kathleen says, so glad you're back. You've been missed by everyone. Oh, thank you, Kathleen. I'm very, very happy to be back. Deanna says, morning, Sean. How you doing? I'm very good, thank you. How you doing? Oh, my machine says it wants oiling. I did that yesterday, but I will do it again today before I start sewing. So the last thing that I sewed were the 3 knit projects that you guys saw, and really pleased with how they've come out. Trying to just readjust over here. Yeah, really pleased with how they've all come out. And I think it was the best way to ease back into sewing for sure, having had 3 weeks out of the sewing room. Today, I've been trying to debate what I wanted to sew today. I was thinking maybe I should sew the muslins up, but I think what I'm actually going to do is sew my waistcoat, because it's another quick project. I might be able to get it finished today, which would be nice. And I can go back there as well. Yeah, that would be nice to get it finished today. And it would just again be a nice way sort of like to ease back in. It's a sort of it's a fairly easy project to do. I've made a few of them now, as you guys know. I haven't really worn any of them, and that is because I don't have the things that I want to wear them with. I want to wear them with the sort of like giant sleeved piratey shirts. Now I am putting I need to get myself some more ballpoint needles and stretch needles, etc., etc., because I do sew knits frequently enough that I probably ought to have some more in stock. So give my machine a little bit of a clean. Always enjoys that. Get rid of all the little bits of fluff. I always want to know how they get the like this when you get your machine serviced, like what do they actually use to make them as defluffed as they do, because it comes back and they're pristine, like especially like the overlocker, and I'm doing my best with the little brushes and stuff that come with it. And I know loads of people are like, oh, it's hoovers and stuff like that. Yeah, okay, but which particular, because I actually even bought myself like a mini Henry Hoover to try, and it was like a battery powered one. It was tiny. It was more a gimmick than it was a proper like Hoover thing, but yeah, it didn't really work that well. So I want to know what the sewing machine shops use to actually properly clean out all the because it's not compressed air. They tell you not to use compressed air because that blows the that blows more of the dust into the internal workings of the machine. Oh, Jojo, I meant to have poked you, aren't I? Sorry, poke, Jojo. I was meant to do that this morning. I did say I probably would forget, and I did, but Jojo didn't forget. So hello, welcome. Sorry, I can just see it because Jojo's one of the moderators of the channel, and so her name comes up in blue, so I can see her at the bottom there. Right. So that's all done. Put the needles back before I spill those all over the place because we just know I'll do that. We'll thread my machine. I'm just assuming that this is going to, yeah, no, that's the perfect colour. Assuming it's going to be the right colour and not even checking. So thread the machine and then I will catch up with the chat. Let's see. There we go. Oh, no. Now this does have an automatic threader on it that I could use, but it only guarantees that it will thread an 80 or above needle, and I've just put a 70 on. And to be completely honest with you, I am so used to sewing and threading it with my tweezers, which came with my machine. And if you don't get sewing tweezers with your machine, I highly recommend you get yourself some because awesome. But yeah, I'm just so used to threading it with the tweezers that that's just what I always do now. So yeah. Anyway, let's catch up with the chat. Let's see, where do we get to? Let's see where we get to. Experimental Spaces here. Hello, so glad I caught you live. Hello, welcome. I am still, I have all of your patterns and I still haven't sewn any of them up. I need to get on that. I even bought the same fabric that you made the Josie dress out of, the carnation stuff from Lady McCalls, because I just saw it on your tutorial of how to make that into a dress. And I was just like, oh, I need it. And I still have not made it up. Yeah, I love your patterns, but hello, welcome. Hello, welcome. Jane says it was so quiet. Had Rosenberg to myself, chatting, etc. Dangerous. Oh, yeah. No, I wish I'd been able to go, and I wish if I had been able to go, I'd have wanted to go on the first day. And my first port of call is always Lady McElroy and M. Rosenberg. I mean, it used to just be M. Rosenberg because Lady McElroy have only really started. I think the Festival of Quilts was their first show that they did, but they were there as well. But yeah, M. Rosenberg is always my first port of call. It's just like, I need to see all the loveliness. I am still trying to talk myself into buying that £40 a metre leafy silk. There's still 8 meters of it available. I think I want to make the Met House of Maison Sicily slip dress out of it, which only actually needs 2 and a bit meters. Because my go-to length for expensive fabrics is still 3 meters, and it's £40 per meter, so it's 120 quid. So it's a lot of money. And they also have another Dolce & Gabbana cotton lycra patchwork print blend in at the moment, and 3 meters of that. It was 162 or something total in my basket. I was just like, I've just gone shopping on the Gold Hot Road and spent that. I can't know. So yeah, but I'm still, I think what I need to do is I need to make the Sicily slip dress up first and see if I actually like it. And then if I do, then buy the silk if it's still available. But like I say, there were only 10 meters available. 2 have gone. I know where they've gone. There's still 8 there. So I'm just like, I want it so much. But yeah, no, very dangerous having M. Rosenberg to yourself, definitely. Nicola says, morning everyone, I'm having a massive clean cutting out session, new work wardrobe in prep for returning to the office unless PJs have become socially accepted office wear, lol. I actually saw a post the other day, there were people they were going back to work in their office, and the company had said to them, wear what you wore for your Zoom meeting. So they're all business upstairs, and then they've got tracksuit bottoms and trainers on, or pajama bottoms. I loved it. I thought it was brilliant. So yeah, that really made me giggle. But good luck with that. Good luck with that. Let's see. Chris says, good evening from Adelaide. Good evening. Carmen's here. Good morning, Peeps. Good morning, Carmen. Mim73 says, good morning, Sean. Hope you're well. And hello, Peeps. Very well, thank you. So much better. So much better. Helen says, hi there. Hello, welcome. Jojo says, bring on the trumpets. I remembered. Hello, everyone. Hope you're well. I'm so sorry I forgot to poke you, Jojo. Nicola says, best £6 I spent was a mini Hoover attachment set for my Dyson from Amazon. Cleans machine and overlocker beautifully. Yeah, I keep seeing that the attachment that's like a bunch of like little tubes that's supposed to be really good for those kinds of drawers and stuff. And I'm just like, oh, maybe I should get one of those. Gin and Pin says, morning, Peeps. I'm glad you're feeling better. I had lots to do this morning, but Ptolemy, my cat, is feeling a bit under the weather and is insisted on cuddles on the couch. Need to shop later. No, I hope he feels better. Marta's here. Hello. And Jojo says, don't forget to like the hangout, everyone. Well remembered, Jojo. Right. Yes. Waistcoat. So I need to press all my pieces again because they have most definitely kind of been a little bit smooshed, especially the silk lining. I also need to cut out more interfacing because this is a beautiful suiting fabric. It's the Brielle wool suiting from Lady McCalls. It's really nice, but it is really, really drapey, which would be great for the skirt and trousers. But the last time I made one of these in a slightly lighter weight fabric, which was that grey slate coral pink suiting, I only interfaced the front pieces as the pattern tells you to. And I was a little bit disappointed with how it came out. So I'm thinking this time around, I'm going to actually interface every single piece. Now the interfacing I have is super lightweight, super lightweight, like really, really lightweight. So I'm thinking, and I also have some tailoring interfacing, which is technically made for coats. And I'm a bit worried it might make it a little bit too stiff, but I was thinking maybe I ought to interface the front panels with that. But then if I'm doing, I think what I'm going to do is just cut out interfacing for all of the pattern pieces and interface all of them. So the front will then have like the facing and the outer will be interfaced with this super lightweight interfacing, which I think will work. I think that's a good idea. It's an experiment. I do have quite a lot of this fabric. This was a remnant. I managed to cut, I got a remnant from the Lady McCalls sale after Christmas, where they were 50% off their remnants, and it was a 65 centimeter long piece of fabric, and it's 140 wide, and I managed to just Tetris out the all of the waistcoat out of that 65 centimeter piece. They did, last time I looked, have another 65 centimeter piece. So if this goes horribly wrong, I suppose I could go back and buy that. And I do have a 2.2 and a 2.5 meter cuts up there as well, one of which I bought, one of which James and Nia bought me for my birthday. The only trouble is the silk that I am using to line this from. I got this from Dibs Selvage and Bolts when I went up to visit her, and I have managed to squeeze out the sleeves of a Sorrento jacket and then the lining for this waistcoat, and that's it for that silk. The silk is now gone. So if this waistcoat fluffs up, is still not enough interfacing in it, then I can't replace the silk. I think it's going to be all right. I think it'll be okay. We shall see. Kelly says, hi, new to your channel. Discovered it while looking for a tutorial a couple of weeks ago when making the swoon Celine. Thank you so much for that. Oh, you're welcome, and welcome to the channel. So yeah, I haven't made a bag for ages. And I have a bag sewing retreat coming up, and I think I am 95% sure on the bag that I'm going to do. I'm going to be announcing it in the next couple of weeks. But I've also ordered some of the tan Mora leather because I got the spicy mustard, which is in my bag. Oh, it's a bit far down in my bag making stash, so I won't try and get that one out. I ordered this. Well, technically, I ordered the tan, and they messaged me and just said, "So sorry, we don't have enough of it. We can send you this color or this color." So I ordered the spicy mustard instead, which is a really beautiful yellow color. I really, really like it. But I do want a tan leather look handbag. And one of my favorite people also happens to be an amazing bag designer, and she's part of the Bag of the Month Club. And I'm never going to be able to, it's a Welsh word. Technically I am Welsh, but I'm never going to be able to, nope, I don't want to add a photo. I want to see the photos. There we go. Yeah, the amazing Erica Lee of Lavender and Twine has just released, as part of the Bag of the Month Club, the Hyrath bag. Yeah, I'm going to get that wrong. I'm trying to look for the tan one that she's done, because she's done quite a few different versions of it to show the way it will look with different fabrics, weights of fabrics, and you know, like faux leather as opposed to real leather, etc., etc. And I am looking at the wrong group. There we go, found it. Right, so now let's find the photos. And I really want to make this bag. Here we go. They are, where is it? Where are Erica Lee's photos? Sorry, distracted. I mean, this isn't the one that I was talking about, but just look at the details on the side of that. Isn't that smash balls? And Erica's patterns are amazingly well written, and also she does video tutorials that go along with them. Here we go. Oh, I want to make that. So I've ordered, now technically this is two different types of leather. I think you can just about see there. But I've only ordered the single tan Mora leather. So I would like to make that out of that when that arrives, and then do funky lining. Probably. I'm supposed to be doing Cobra Corsage at the moment, aren't I? I was going to say it's probably going to end up being Savannah on the inside, but we'll see. Moran says, hi from Israel. I'm working on the Ellie and Mac Be Curious kids dress for my daughter today. Not much time before I need to go and take them for kindergarten. Oh, but how lovely. Thank you for joining us. Renska's here. Hi, good afternoon. Hello, welcome. Susan's here. She says, hi, Sean and Peeps. Glad you're better. When I make my jackets, I often block fuse the whole thing. It seems to work well for me. So I'm thinking that I should have probably block fused this ahead of time, but never mind. Gin and Pin says, I always have trouble trying to pick the right interfacing for fabrics. I usually go heavy and stiff. Yeah, see, now I have this amazing stuff from Australia, which is linked in the Peeps group and was sent to me as a gift, and is just, I love this. I absolutely love this. It is really, really lightweight, and I don't think it's a brand name. I think it's just like a generic one, but it is amazing. I do have coat weight interfacing that I got from the English Couture company, and it's specifically for coat tailoring, for speed tailoring. But yeah, so I'm just worried that that's going to be a bit too thick, and I think the 2 layers of this will be okay. I think I'm going to go for that. Gin and Pin says, oh, I read that one, sorry. Kelly says, the testers have made some beautiful Hyrath bags. I know I'm saying that wrong. Hyrath bags. Oh, my Welsh is appalling. Popty ping is the only thing that I know I can say, and that's a microwave. Because popty is apparently in the oven. Popty ping, because our microwave is ping. Rachel's here. I want to make that bag too. It's stunning. Hello, everyone. Yeah, like I say, Rachel, when I messaged you back, I just said get the pattern, because if you want to wait, the pattern at the moment is only available through the Bag of the Month Club. Which I think is £20, and you get 3 patterns. But the standalone pattern will be available in June by itself, and I think Erica usually charges around $12 for them, so there's not that much of a price difference. But if you want to buy it ahead of time, get it prepped and cut out to bring to the retreat with you, because you will 100% finish the other bag ahead of time, because you always finish yours really quickly. So I would highly recommend you bring extra projects, because we've got an extra day of sewing. But yeah, Erica will be in the room. I love the fact that Erica, the very first sewing retreat that I put up was going to be, the reason I do bags at my sewing retreats is because we have limited space, and bags don't need to be fitted, they just need to be made. Clothing is really difficult, because how do you pick an item of clothing to sew that is going to like every 12 people are going to like, and then the fit issues with it. And again, when I started, I was only doing 2 days. Now that I've now upped it to 3 days. So it was one of those ones where it was just like, bags, let's do bags. And the very first person to book on my very first retreat was Erica Lee of Lavender and Twine, and she's a bag maker. I was like, you're coming all the way to the Isle of Wight to learn how to make a bag from me? And it was like, oh, I mean, it's the experience. Obviously, Erica does not need my help whatsoever. So yeah, but yeah, it was really cool. Noelia's here. Hi, Shine and Peeps. Hope you're all well. Thank you. Hope you're fully recovered, Shine. Much, much better. My voice is even, I think it's still a little crackly and croaky, but it's better than it was. So that's good. Jojo says Erica Lee's new bag is gorgeous. It is indeed. Judy's here. Good morning. Noelia says, I agree about that bag. It's beautiful. Yep. RT Blade 4 says good morning from Nashville. Good morning. Ilova says good morning. Noelia says, hi, Rachel. Hi, Judith. And Judy, I mean, stupid autocorrect. And Marie says, good morning, Peeps and Sean from Long Island, New York. Good morning, everyone. Right, so now that I have talked myself into the interfacing, I need to actually cut it out. So I'm going to put my pattern pieces to the side and get my actual pieces I'm going to need to interface. There we go. So I have already cut out 2 pieces of interfacing for the front panels, and I am now going to go and cut out the rest. So I will flip you around so that we can do that. Oh, this lining is so beautiful. It's so beautiful. You love this. You love this a lot. Right. So the turn you around is going to be a terrible camera angle, because usually I put you up on a box so that you're not looking up at me, but I haven't done that today because my giant pile of projects is right there. So, and I have got my big fluffy slippers on again, and you're miles away. There we go. Right. So move that out of the way. Giant pile of paperwork that I've got to get done. Also received my referral to the chronic pain service, and I need to have that back to them by tomorrow. So I'm going to have to drive to the hospital to drop that off tomorrow to make sure that it gets there in time. It arrived literally like the day I left for London, and they were like, you've got 3 weeks to reply to us. And it's like, I'm not here. So yeah, never mind. Right, let's try and make life easy for myself. Mum's quilt is on the cutting table, so she's finished quilting it. All she's got to do is bind it now. Oh, and I managed to go back to the shop and I bought Mum some of the minty colourway. So she got some more of the black and then some of the mint. And this is Lady McElroy jersey. It's not on the Sherwood site, but it is on the Lady McElroy site. Right, where are my pins? They're over there. I am the world's best organised person. Okay, pins. Scissors are where they should be, so that's good. Tip you back a bit. Let's see. Let's see. Where did I get to? Pocket or Two says, hi all, just got back from a couple of nights away via IKEA and ready to get back to work on my new sewing space. With this on in the background, have a calyx to build. Nice. God, I love some IKEA. Yeah, your new sewing space is looking amazing, Danny. It looks really cool. Nicholas says, have you seen Joanne's now shipped to the UK? $8.99 standard delivery and $18.99 express. Yeah, that's going to be dangerous. It's going to be dangerous because usually my Joanne's hookup is Erica Lee. Have you've seen? I'm going to show you. Because I've been talking about her in the retreat. So when she came to the retreat, she'd made herself a handbag out of this. It's a faux suede with this metallic foil print. Oh, it's so beautiful. And it's from Joanne's. So Erica Lee, bless her, went and bought me some and sent it over to me. And I love it. And I still haven't got. I'm going to make a jacket out of it. But yeah, Joanne's being available online is going to be dangerous. Right, get the coating back in. We'll try. I need to make some of these up so that I can empty out some cubes because there is a lot of coating in there, but it takes up a lot. It's bulky, so it takes up a lot of room. So if I made a cup, I could empty 2 cubes really quickly. Well, not really quickly. Coats aren't quick, are they? Caroline says to Nicola, now that is dangerous about the Joanne's. Yes. Judy says, hello everyone. Hope you're all well. Sean, I've had it too. Just cleared to work tomorrow. Oh, I'm so glad you're feeling better. Yeah, it sucks. Noelia says, Sean, have you heard that Lily and Mimi physical shop has closed? Never got to go visit because of the pandemic. Such a shame. I know, I heard. I think I saw the the emails and the stuff that she was doing about it. I think she started doing print on demand fabric now, hasn't she? And I was thinking about, because Alex, Gingerhead & Co. recommended this, my logo and stuff. Like I do have merch, so you guys can buy pre-made merch or t-shirts and sweatshirts with the logo and the peep on it and things like that. But I was thinking maybe I ought to have some panels printed and then put kits together because we're all sewists. Like you're going to want to make your own thing with it rather than but I don't know. I'd need to, because it would work out more expensive than buying it from Printful. So yeah, we'll see. But I think I did see that. Lala Palooza says good morning from Kincardine in Canada. Good morning. Carol's here. Good morning from New York City. But Joanne doesn't ship patterns. Still something delightful. I have to say, now that they offer the free shipping over that $75 mark, is my preferred method. Although the prices, I would say gone up, but they're always discounted prices. They're not discounted as heavily as they used to be, and it's only they've all gone up by $1. So it's the Vogue have gone up from $5.99 to $6.99, and it's still cheaper than I can get them in the UK. But yeah, Jen and Pin says, isn't it nice getting back to normal? I'm booking tickets for a few upcoming events later today, a beer festival and a tribute band festival. They were the first things cancelled 2 years ago. It is. Nicholas says to Carol, well, that's not very good, is it? No, still, I could say something delightful is my go-to for discounted patterns. McCall's Simplicity, Butterick and Quick. So unfortunately, they don't have New Look and Simplicity on there. It would be good if they did have it all under one roof. Marie says, good morning, everyone from Cold Shropshire. I'm getting ready to plan another 3 projects to cut out. I loved your scout dress, Marie. And actually, I thought about you this morning because this is the dress that one of the first sew-alongs that I think you found. And you've got exactly the same fabric and made exactly the same dress, which I love. So yes, hello, Marie. Danny says, thanks, Sean. You are welcome. Artie Blade 4 says, I have that fabric. It is so pretty. Oh, the suede with the, yeah. I want to make the Ziggy Biker jacket out of it. I've got 3 fabrics to make the Ziggy Biker jacket out of. I really need to get over my fear of that. Tomcat Stitchery has done a sew along for it. There is a written sew along as well. And I'm sure I could do it. I just need to pull my finger out. Redscare says, pity Joanne's doesn't ship patterns. Just had a not so nice experience with something delightful. Oh no, they forgot to put 3 patterns in, even though they didn't put it on. They did put it on the packaging list, and this has already it's already taken them 2 months. I wrote them, let's see. Oh, I'm sorry that you've had a bad experience. I have been really lucky with them so far that received everything that I've ordered, so fingers crossed they sort that out for you. Lala Palooza says, take a pic of order and contact them. They should make good. Yeah. Christine says, bonjour, Sean and Peeps. Looking good as always. Oh, thank you very much. Johanna says, good morning. Nice to see everyone. Yep. And Marie says, the dress is still one of my favorites. Yeah, me too. Me too. My only regret with this one is that I did the 3/4 length sleeves. I wish I had done the longer sleeves, but I didn't. So never mind. I just put cardigans over it. It's fine. Anyway, this is not getting interfacing cut out, is it? So let's get that done now. I've got like an odd little piece here I want to try and use up. I'm trying to get it on grain. I think, yeah, that's better. Now, let's see. I do get so many people question when I do the time lapses of me cutting out. They're like, you don't seem to check the grain on your things. Do you just not bother? And it's like, well, no, I do. I do it so often that I've kind of gotten to the point where I can do it by eye. And if I do check, then they're accurate. Like, you know, the grain line is equidistant away from the selvage edge of the fabric. So I've kind of gotten out of the habit of actually just measuring. There's a few times that I will, especially if like the grain line on a pattern piece is not like for this one, it's kind of like obviously straight up and down the body. But if you have a pattern piece where the grain line goes straight up and down, but the pattern piece is kind of like the, you know, sort of not quite on the bias, but is not like intuitively straight, I will check those ones. But yeah, I get so many people comment on videos just going like, oh my God, you don't check the grain line. What are you doing? Like, do you just not bother? And then for the ones where I'm cutting out things on the bias, they're like, oh, it's so good to see that you're not bothering about the grain line. And it's like, the grain line is the most important thing. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it gets to a point where once you've got some experience with sewing, obviously you can break some of the rules. So for example, you can cut things on the cross grain, but as long as you cut everything on the cross grain and, you know, those kinds of things. But yeah, it's just really funny, like the comments like, oh yeah, you just don't care about the grain line. It's like, no, I promise I do. That's definitely one of those things that you really, really do need to pay attention to, because it will drastically affect how your garments hang on you. And like I said, once you've kind of like learned the rules and learned what the grain lines do, you might want your garment to hang slightly differently to how the pattern is telling you that you should. So, you know, you might want to break that rule, but you definitely want to pay attention to them to begin with, at the very least. Right, the other thing as well, I'm getting more and more of these, I suppose, as the channel grows and more people find things, but I'm getting more and more people kind of commenting, just saying, oh, your sew along's not very good because this and this. And like I had one this morning, it was a really long, involved comment on the 8997. And she was just like, you need to film from further back. You need to put your camera on a tripod and film from further back and then film every single step. And I don't film every single step because I don't think you guys need to see me sewing a straight line. Like, I will film close-ups of, you know, when I put the binding on with the sort of like the different hand actions that I use to get things flat. But I don't think me showing you sewing every single line of straight stitching is helpful, because it takes a long time to set up camera angles and things like that, especially if you're having to move tripods and stuff around. And if you're making a dress like the 8997, it's an easy dress, but it's also, you don't need to be told how to sew a straight line. It's just not a beginner's project. And I didn't show the installation of the invisible zip because I do it a specific way that not the few times I have shown it, everybody has told me to go and do the threads method. And is it Kenneth King or Kenneth Cole? It's Kenneth King, isn't it? So I now link to his video because so many people are like, this is the superior method. And it's like, okay, off you go, you do that. I like my method. And I don't want to be told every single time that I should be doing it this other way, because the way that I do it works for me. And that's not to say that the other way is not good. It's obviously amazing because everyone recommends it. But I don't want to learn a whole new way of doing something that I have a way of doing it that works for me. And that's what I say about sewing all the time is, you know, as long as you get the result that you want, however you get there is the right way for you. And yeah, this comment this morning, she was just like, you know, you're clearly a very good seamstress and you're clearly this and you're clearly that, but like, you know, I've come to YouTube for the visual learning, and you don't film every single step of everything that you do. And like the one thing that I wanted to see how to do, you didn't include. So I watched the video back because I was like, oh God, did I really miss out something really important? And the thing that I didn't include was sewing in the invisible zip. And I actually say that, you know, I've put the invisible zip in. There's loads of different tutorials for doing it. I will list a few of them in the description down below because, as I say, when I put my method in, I get so many people telling me to do this other method, and it's just like, I mean, I know you cannot please everybody. I know that. I do know that. It's just one of those things where it's just like, okay. Noelia says to Gin and Pins with, I agree with you. I went to the Stitch Festival yesterday, and it was nice to go and see fabric and yarn before buying it and meet people in real life. Judy, I'm glad you're better. Yeah, it was so nice to see all the peeps at the Goldhawk Road. It was really so lovely. Almost working sick. Cecilia says, hello, lovely peeps. Hello. Christine says, I never cut the interfacing on grain. Does it matter? Yeah, like the interfacing does have a bias stretch. It does have bias stretch. I tend to cut it cross grain, straight of grain, whichever way it will fit on, because I feel like I get away with it. But yeah, you don't want to cut it on the bias, especially if the piece that you're interfacing is like a neckline piece and stuff, because the point is to stabilize it, to not stretch it out. But it does have like bias in it. But then again, I am not an expert. I don't know for sure. So yeah. Gin and Pin says Ptolemy is cured. He has just had a huge expulsion of toxic gas and is now running around like crazy. The look he gave me is if I'd done it. What is it with kitties and their victory lap once they've used the litter box as well? Chiana did that yesterday. She was just like, oh my God, I'm so excited. And then like ran around the room. And I've taken my dressing table out because I never use it because it's a south-facing room. And if the sun was even remotely out, I was blinded and I couldn't see myself in the mirror anyway. And I have those mirrored doors. So Mum now has my dressing table as her dressing table, and her dressing table is now in the office as her office table. So yeah, Chiana's like desperate. She used to lie on the windowsill, like smooshed up against the mirror, which terrified me as well. I was so worried that when she'd get in her little zoomies, she'd knock it over. Mum has the mirror downstairs now as well, so she doesn't have that anymore. So she's like doing the zoomies, and it's just like, oh my God, this is going to go horribly wrong. You're going to fall off something. And it's just like, yeah, but what is it with the victory lap after the litter box use? Nicole says, good morning. Nice to see you up and running. I like the yellow color. Me too. It's very sunny. Rachel says, I'm quite sick of some people's comments at the moment. We have literally thousands watching our vlogs now, and we can't specifically tailor every aspect of every vlog to please every person who watches. Yeah, I watched your vlog the other day, Rachel, and it was just like, it's so true. And the comment section in that one as well is exactly the same. If you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. And the person that you were talking about made the comment was like, well, if you put things out there, you have to expect to have people's opinions. It's like, no, people have got to get out of that mindset. of like, just because somebody is publicly available, like be it vloggers right up to A-list celebrities, does not mean that they are still people. They still see stuff. They are not open for discussion of, you know, them in a negative way. You can think it. I'm not trying to police anyone's thoughts. Like, you can totally think whatever you want. No problem. You don't like something? Nobody's forcing you to make it. Nobody's forcing you to watch the thing. If you can't add a constructive comment, and the one that Rachel got was just like, I don't like those fabrics together, they're going to look awful. I mean, that I'm paraphrasing, and yeah, but it's just like, how is that helpful? It's not kind, it's not helpful, and it doesn't need to be said. Like, you can have the opinion, you can tell everybody else about it, but you don't need to tell the person that you think that about. Like, they don't need to know. So yeah, totally agree with you, Rachel. Trisha says, lol, that's hilarious, Gin and Pins. Our fur babies do have a knack of blaming us for their drums. Yeah. Gianna's really snoring at the moment, bless her. It's just like every now and again she snores, and then it's a giant sigh, and then just more snoring. And it's just like, you're so cute. Marie says, okay, so pottering about, missed out on what we're doing today. Oh god, I have the predictive text. I am probably going to be, I'm going to be attempting to sew up the 5193 waistcoat. I'm cutting out the interfacing for it now. Cecilia says, I love the way you film and do your sew-alongs. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's the thing, like, you know, again, like Rachel said, can't please everybody, and you have to do what's right for you. So I do. I found my way of doing my sew-alongs that works for me, which means that I can, you know, I would love to have multiple camera angles and a fixed camera to do this and that. I don't have the room, and I also don't have the time to then edit all of that footage. Like, I know people like Angela Clayton, she has like 4 or 5 cameras, and she ends up with like 30, 40 hours of footage. And it's just, it's mind blowing to me that she manages to condense that all down and remember what she's filmed where. And I'm sure she has a process, and I think she does a shot list, but I don't have the room or the resources to do that. So, you know, I'm doing my sew-alongs in the way that works for me. So yeah. Carol says, grain for interfacing. Yes for woven, no for non-woven. There we go. Jane says, never going to please everyone. SM allows everyone to comment when they should not. Social media, hard when you keep getting these comments, but 99% are good, and they love all of you do. Press on. Absolutely. I mean, that is the other thing as well. Like, the majority of comments I get from you guys are amazing, and I'm not, you know, like, I don't expect an echo chamber. I don't expect everyone to love what I do, and I don't expect everyone to agree with everything that I say, but there are disagreements of opinion, and then there are just like people being just mean for the sake of it. And it's the mean for the sake of it that I just cannot get my head around. I want to cut this out over here because there's a slight ridge in the middle of the table. We are going to get the table sorted soon so I can do a sewing room tour, because it's nearly coming. Well, we've been in here 10 months now. So happy to be back sewing. Okay, trying to fit these pieces in the best way possible to not waste any of this interfacing. Because as I say, it's come all the way from Australia. I think I'm going to have to do something a bit different. And I love it. It is amazing. I'd highly recommend getting it all the way from Australia. As I say, this was a gift, which, like, this is the second time the lady sent it to me. I think it's Susan. I don't want to say that because I have a memory like a sieve. She sent me a couple of sample like meters to begin with, just to be like, look, this stuff's amazing, and I 100% agree with you. It really, really is. Yes, this is much better. I'm going to end up with a random long piece again, but that's fine. So we'll do it this way. Move this piece over here. This piece here. And this piece here. Right, so it's pin and cut. Where did I get to with the chat? Trisha says, yeah, post litter box zoomies are so funny. Yeah. I mean, I kind of get it, but I'm never that excited. But yeah. It's all that, because this like this, and then she's like properly like yowling, and it's just like, wow, okay. And then like 10 minutes later, fast asleep. Fast asleep. I do think this is a good plan for this one. Mim73 says, I've learned so much from you, from your sew-alongs. I think they're one of the best ones on YouTube. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. Christine says, hi everyone, hope to join you all for most of the afternoon. I agree. If you can't say anything nice, don't say anything. This should be some people's mantra for life. Lovely sewists. Yeah, exactly. Like, nobody's saying don't have your opinion. I mean, I think Rachel and I have both said exactly the same thing. There's plenty of stuff I see out there that I'm just like, ooh, no. But I don't tell the person that, because they don't need to know it. They have spent time and effort and money doing this thing, which they are then professing that they are very happy with and that they like. And it's their style and it suits them. And it's, they're the ones that have got to wear it. And I'm allowed to think, oh no, but I don't say that, because that's not remotely helpful, useful, or kind. And I just cannot get my head around. Like, even mum and dad said this to me to begin with. They're like, well, you put yourself out there, you've got to expect it. And it's like, no. And that's the problem. That's the mentality that's the issue. That, well, you put yourself out there, you should expect to get negative comments and critiques and stuff. Now, critiquing is slightly different. And the written word, without the person's like being able to give context to it, is very difficult to get across your tone. And again, I think that's something that Rachel agreed on when she was talking about it on her latest upload, the Friday Sews one. And yeah, tone is really difficult to get across in the written word. And something that you didn't mean to sound snarky at all can sound very snarky if written in a certain way. I mean, I use a shed ton of emojis when I write comments, because I'm trying to convey my facial expressions of like, this is what I would look like if I was saying this to your face. I use emojis as like a way of kind of showing that, it's tongue in cheek or whatever. But like the mentality that you put yourself out there, so you should expect it, is really, really toxic. It's not like, no. Constructive criticism, totally. And especially if asked for constructive criticism, yeah, totally. But when people just don't like something and then just say, oh, just don't like it, it's like, okay, that's fine, but do I need to know that? Am I forcing you to wear this thing? Am I forcing you to watch this thing? No, I am not. Nobody is. So maybe just no. Rachel says, the thing, I know a few people who would make great vloggers and have so much to offer the sewing world, but they won't do it because they worry about negativity. Yeah. Christine says, keyboard warriors, lol. Yes. Judy says, I have one person who always comments on lighting. Well, if you would like to come and fund the setup of professional lighting, please do, but everyone else is happy. I mean, this is the other thing. For a majority of people, this is a hobby. This is something that they do because they enjoy sharing the things that they have made. Like, yes, this is my job, and I probably ought to make more effort in certain areas, but I haven't. But it's like one of those things where you just like, nobody is forcing you to watch this. This is free content which you've picked up because, or you've clicked on because it's clearly something either interesting or helpful to you. How is this? Yeah, yeah. Cecilia says, a lot of content I come across with horrible, mean, non-constructive comments. They hardly ever have their real name. Wonder if anonymity has anything to do with it. Yeah. And I do appreciate, because there's a whole kind of like, should your online presence be you? Should you be able to be anonymous online? And there's a whole like, yes, you should, because of um, people needing abuse and there's a really good argument for online anonymity, and there's a really good argument for it not to be there. There isn't a right answer, I don't think. But yeah. Jojo says, as I've said before, opinions are like rectums. Everyone's got one, but they don't need to be aired publicly. Just keep it to yourself, people. Look. Yes. Yeah. Rachel Lynn says, good morning. Oh, good morning. Kelly's laughing. Jin and Pin says, I found generally that people's manners have deteriorated over the last couple of years on social media and in person. I think it may be due to the less interaction and not having behaviour corrected. Yeah, I was talking to mum and dad about this quite a few years ago now, and mum was just like, people have not learnt online etiquette, and it's no different to real life etiquette. Like, you know, with the exception of a few people, that I've spoken to, most people like think about it. If you wouldn't say this thing to the person's face, then don't say it online. There are a few people who've commented that they get those comments anyway, which it just breaks my heart. Nobody should have to have that. But yeah, like I agree. There's kind of like this anonymity behind the keyboard, and you know the thing is, like, the person that you're sending this stuff to is a human being, and depending on their level of like presence online as well, they might be getting, you know, it might just be you saying that one thing, but they might be getting hundreds of comments that are negative, and that is just it becomes to a point where people retreat from the kind of like community aspect of social media, because it's just self-preservation. They don't want to see, and they shouldn't have to see, so much negativity being directed at them, so they just don't interact with their communities anymore, which, I mean, like the majority of stuff that I get is overwhelmingly positive and really well written. Like, you know, I do sometimes ask for critiques, and the people that do give them are really good at it. Like, you know, you guys, active commenters on the channel, are very good at getting your point across in a way, even if you don't agree with me, like, you're not, nobody's rude about it. But yeah, it's just, yeah, it's sad. Caroline says to Gin and Pins, I agree, and it amazes me that it is now supposedly acceptable to be nasty because it's their truth. Yeah. Susan says, yes, it was me who sent the interface saying, I buy at least 5 meters at a time for myself. Let me know when you need some more. I'll show you my bolt when I'm done, Susan. I thought it was you when your name came up, but then I was just like, oh, I don't want to embarrass you if it's not you. But yeah, I absolutely love this stuff. You sent me a 20-meter bolt, didn't you? So I'm kind of working my way through it. I keep little bits as well because it's great for fixing holes and like darning stuff as well. I have like a little baggie of offcuts. Right there. The only trouble with this is like I'm going to have to do this at an awkward angle because my sewing desk is still out. There we go. Okay. Right. So still got the back piece to fully cut out. So that'll go in my scrap piece because I'll get a back facing out of that. And then I'm just gonna rough cut that. And yeah. So yeah, Susan sent me 20 meters last time. So doing well still. There's still a decent chunk on there. I can't remember, was this the super lightweight one, or was it because they do a really, really lightweight one, don't they? And then they do like a slightly heavier one. I can't remember which one you sent me. I know you sent the first time around, you sent me both. But when you sent me the 20 meters, was it the super lightweight one, or was it the slightly heavier one? Caroline says, that mix of fabrics that Rachel has chosen is not something I would have thought to put together, but will look so good on Rachel with her height and colouring. Exactly. And she likes it. And that's the thing at the end of the day, as long as you like what you're wearing. Yeah. Trisha says, there's a difference between constructive criticism and just being plain nasty. Exactly. Christine said, it would be a boring world if we all like the same thing. People should realise this and keep their opinions to themselves until asked for. Yes. I mean, this is the other thing, like, as well. I will ask my friends and family for critical opinions on things, you know, like used to be clothes, now it's clothing choice or fabric choices and things like that. And I'll ask for their critical opinions on them because these are people who I trust, have known for a very long time in some cases, and you know, will tell me the truth. And the truth is a lot easier to take from somebody like that in your life than some random stranger that you've never met before who is giving you their truth. And it's like, they don't really know you from Adam. And just because they think something doesn't mean to say that it is true. So might be their truth, but yeah. Right, let's turn around. I'm going to turn the iron on. Okay, let's turn you back around this way. Sorry if you're getting seasick. I'll tip you down a little bit as well. There we go. Hello. Right, where do we get to? Nora says, finally made it to the live stream. Good morning from Columbus, Ohio. What did I miss? Not a lot so far, just a lot of waffling and cutting out of some interfacing. Lala Palooza says, what are your favourite scissors? My collection is growing, but haven't found the perfect pair yet. I absolutely love Kai, the Japanese brand Kai. I got sent, KK sent me the shears that I was just using and the pinking shears, and then I also bought myself the smaller ones. I think they're about £50 for the shears, but oh my goodness, I think I got them 4 years ago. I haven't had them sharpened once, and they're still just, and they're so buttery smooth to use. Like, honestly, I have a giant selection of scissors up there, and I only ever reach for my Kai shears and Kai pinking shears. Love them. Love. Cecilia says, you put yourself out there, you should expect it. It's like thinking I exist, so I should just accept verbal abuse, sexualization, judgment of strangers. Exactly. And the people, like even the giant stars who you might not like, they are still human beings. Like, just because you don't like them doesn't mean to say that they need to know that. Like, you know, and they do see stuff. Like, yeah. Judy says, so busy listening, I've gone wrong. Oh no. Trisha says, spot on, Cecilia. Yeah, agreed. Noelia says, I wonder whether some people are now transferring this to face-to-face interactions. Yesterday I overheard a woman saying to a friend, no offense, but do you have the waist for that dress, in response to a comment about a dress pattern. When people say no offense, yeah, Noelia says, also, any sentence that starts with no offense, but is going to be offensive. Trisha, you beat me to it, but I agree. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah. Caroline's here. I love that you use scissors for cutting out. It sounds like a melody for me. Yeah, I always think it sounds like footsteps crunching in the snow. I don't know why I've got that in my head, but yeah, that's what I think of. Rachel Lynn says, so true, Noelia. Called someone out on that the other day, and all they could do is splutter. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. How would you feel if somebody was saying that to you? Yeah. Yeah. Trisha says, lol, great minds to Noelia about the no offense, but yeah. Christine says, yes, you have no idea what is coming when they say no offense, but yes, you have an idea of what is, yeah, exactly, Christine. Chris says to Susan, do you buy interfacing in Adelaide? If so, where, please? Chris, I've got all of the details for the interfacing on the Facebook Peeps group. It's pinned to the top. It's the Australian interfacing passage, and it's got the name of the shop and the phone number and the email of the lady that sells it. Susan gave me all that information, and I've put that her entire email up there. Susan says, I think it was the middleweight one. The very light one is really very thin. Yeah, no, I thought it was the middleweight one. The very light one I used for some of the silk projects that I used. I've got an eyelashes, making a bit of freedom. Yeah, no, I highly recommend. Highly recommend. And I don't remember if it is in Adelaide or not, but I know the lady that sells it will send it out to you. Jane says, have read that narcissism is on the rise in modern societies and people seem less able to appreciate or accommodate others and are very centered on their views and needs. No excuse, learn to be kind. Yeah, totally. Judy says, can Susan post in the Peeps group the interfacing? I think my daughter and son-in-law might be heading down under. Like I said, it's linked, it's pinned at the top of the Peeps group. It is something that I get asked about all the time. Susan said, yes, Adelaide from Tatiana Light Fabrics. She is on 2/155 King William Road, Unley. But like I say, all of the details for the Australian interfacing are pinned in a post at the top of the Peeps group. I think there's about 4 or 5 pinned now. So it might not be the first one, but it is a pinned post at the top. It's one of the announcements because I get asked so often, because I rave about it so often. Christine says, I see someone try something on and it looks good on them, I will say, and so they are really chuffed. Otherwise, I wouldn't comment. Exactly. Like, unless, like I say, unless somebody's actively asking for your opinion, then negative things don't need to be said. Like, I love saying to people when I see somebody whose outfit I love, it's just like, oh my God, you look amazing. I love your outfit. I love saying that because it's the little smile on their face. And it's just awesome. But, I see plenty of people out and I'm just like, ooh, yeah. And I don't go up to them and go, oh gosh, no, you shouldn't be wearing that, because that's none of my business. Like, no. Nimue says, hello everyone, it's sunny but freezing. Didn't stop me from open air fabric shopping with friends. Totally worth it. Now clinging to my tea. Oh, did you have a nice time though? And don't forget to like the stream, peeps. Thank you, Nimue. Oh yeah, there's 149 of 150 of us and 61 likes. Rachel Lynn says, my creative space is such a mess. I'm definitely going to clean it all today. Nice. It's so nice to come back to this. I've missed. Oh, excuse me, I have missed it. Rachel says, I can totally understand why some of your big celebrities end up in therapy. Yeah. Or ending up insulating the comments, or ending the insulting comment with sorry. If you have to say sorry at the end of a comment, you must realize it could be taken negatively. Yeah. It's like they're just fully aware and then they're still just going to carry on with it anyway. It's like, why be so mean-spirited? Judy says, I bought a new sewing chair from B&M yesterday. Oh my gosh, so comfy. Surprised no one has commented on my old squeaky chair. Chris says, great, thanks, Sean. No worries at all. Kelly says, is there a Facebook group? Can I have a link, please? It's in the description down below. Kittenish Behaviour Peeps group on Facebook. You will need to answer 3 questions to gain admittance. They are not hard questions. It's a lovely hive mind. There's about 1,200 of us now, I think. Um, and there are some very active people, and there's lots of obviously just observers, which is totally fine, but it's a really, really nice group. It's actually the only part of Facebook that I really use. I'm part of Rachel's Facebook group as well, Stitched Up. That's another good one to join. And Erica Lee's Lavender and Twine. But I don't really use Facebook for anything else anymore. I don't post on Facebook anymore, very, very infrequently. So yeah, that's the only part of Facebook that I use. I actually was trying to see if I could close down my personal page but still keep my business page running, and I don't think I can. So I just kind of like just don't use it. Junipin says, I told somebody that they needed to turn their internal filter up a bit. Unfortunately, it went over their head. Oh no. Rachel Lynn says, are you going to participate in So Frugal 22, Rachel's Sew Along? I am not participating in So Frugal because I have a giant pile of things already cut out, and I also have the recreate the look that I want to do. Where is, oh, you can't quite see it. The fabric is just above there. No, sorry, the fabric is there. Yeah. But I would love to do the Sew Along with, I think the pattern that's winning for Rachel's Sew Along is the I can't remember the name of it, but the blouse with like a ruffle around the front. It was really pretty. So yeah, I would like to take part in that one. And Rachel's really sweetly smooshed her live hangout in between mine and the Beyond the Pink Door one. So like, it's going to be a long day that Sunday, the 27th. It's going to be me from midday till about 4, then Rachel, and then the Beyond the Pink Door one. So lots of live streams. Jojo says, I'm up in the Temple of Doom for day 3 of fabric wrangling. It's going to be so worth it when you're done. Kelly says, thanks. On Facebook, I use my married name. If you join now, I can... oh, Cindy has just requested to join. Yep. And then Sarah Guthrie hasn't answered the questions yet. Sarah, if you're with us, just show me that you're like a live person. That's the only reason like I have those questions, is just so that you know, it takes a bit of effort to join. Where did I get to? Crafty Magpie says, there's nothing wrong with hovering in the background of a Facebook group and enjoying the ambience. Exactly. And I have to say that the ambience of the Peeps group is amazing. Like, I have only had, in the sort of 2-3 years it's been going, I've only had 3 complaints from people about posts that got put up, and that's it. In the entire time, there's been no dramas. It has been a lovely, lovely space. I really, really enjoy spending time in that space. So, and that's the place that I am the most active as well, because I do get a lot of emails, which I do try and keep up with. I have finally gone through my entire emails and got them all answered the other day. Trouble is now everyone's replying to me. And then the DMs on Instagram, I am not brilliant at replying to those, but I do try. And especially a lot of the time, I'll wake up in the middle of the night for some reason or another, and I'll just flick through my phone and I'll look at stuff, and then I'll dream that I've replied, and then I don't reply, and then yeah, I think I've done it and then I haven't. That happens quite frequently. So yeah, the place that I am most active is on Facebook. That is the best place. I mean, obviously apart from YouTube, but I did try and reply to every single comment on YouTube to begin with, and it ended up becoming another full-time job. I mean, obviously not the level of Neil Gaiman, but he put up the other day in his Facebook group that there's been lots of fake accounts going around, and you know, like, he's like, I don't answer DMs. I do not answer DMs, because it became a full-time job, and I already have like four full-time jobs, and I have the same, because I'm like a sewist, an editor, and like social media presence. Like, I already have full-time jobs, so trying to keep up with those was just, I loved doing it, but it got to a point where it was just like, I can't spend 5 hours answering all of the comments because I didn't want to just do a kind of like a thumbs up or like a throwaway one if people had asked questions. So now I give a heart to every comment, and the heart shows that I have read it. The only comments that don't get hearts are the negative and rude ones, and they tend to actually get blocked now. The ones that are actively rude, like people who've got dissenting opinions from me, that's fine. That's not a problem. Nobody, I'm not expecting everybody to have exactly the same opinions as me, but the actively rude comments, I just block them now. I have been a little bit petty the last couple of times and replied to the comment with something along the lines of, well, no one forced you to watch it, and then blocked, because you will get an email with the reply in it so you can see the reply, but when you come to make a reply to that reply, you can't because you're blocked. So that is a little bit petty. But yeah. There was a point to that start of that rambly sentence. But yeah, Crafty Magpie just saying that you can join the ambiance. The Facebook, the Peeps group on Facebook is particularly lovely. I do very much like spending time there. So yeah, and I'm active in the public posts and comments and stuff on there, because like you'll pretty much always get a like or a heart or a reaction from me, and I've never given anybody a frowny face, an angry face, and sometimes, like, if I have something to say, I'll answer the comments there as well. But Facebook is the place that I am the most active for sure. Liz says that the blouse that Rachel's doing is the Antoinette, lots of frills. Yes, that looks like that's going to be the one that wins, and I definitely think I'm going to have to see if I can make it so I can take part in that, because it's so brave. Rachel then says, I love the Peeps group. It's always so inspirational and helpful. Yeah, it's a good group of peeps. Nimue says, Peeps are just awesome bunch. That's why I'm looking forward to the May retreat so much. By the way, saving us both an email. I'll happily answer to either name, so don't worry about it. Yeah, Nimue is coming to the retreat from Germany. She's bringing her own sewing machine as well, and adapter. Well done for remembering that, because I was just like, oh my gosh. And Nimue is not her real name, so I like when we've been replying to each other, it's like the real name and then Nimue as well. And it's like, I'm totally going to end up calling you Nimue the entire time that we're there. Mum will as well. She's really looking forward to meeting you. So yeah, it's going to be one of those ones that's like, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to meeting you too. It's really exciting. I'm so looking forward to the retreat. I cannot wait. I ordered the crystals for the dress as well, so they're on the way. So I've got to get that made as well. Any excuse for a ball gown, and like obviously you don't have to. Like Erica, when she came, she is not a clothes sewist, she is a bag sewist. So Erica made herself an evening bag, and she wore an outfit that went with her evening bag, and it was perfect. So like, the reason I put the gala dinner into the retreat is just so that I have an excuse to make a ball gown and wear it, because yeah, I really hope the dressmakers ball comes back. That was so fun. So fun. Gin and Pin says, I may have to finally join Facebook. I signed up for a monthly calligraphy subscription box, and the tutorials are only via Facebook. Still fighting it though. Yeah, well, like I say, Gin and Pins, I mean, just join and then just sign up to those two groups, and don't add anyone as friends, because that way your feed will be just the things that you want to see. Like, you can curate Facebook in such a way that you don't have to see the things. Like, I seriously was thinking, like I say, closing down my personal one, because it's just like, I just don't use this anymore and I don't want it. And yeah, but make it, if you've not got one already, then you don't have to add anyone as a friend. You can just add the two groups that you want to be in, Peeps and the calligraphy one. I mean, you obviously have to join the Peeps if you join Facebook, I mean, obviously. But yeah, like, make it what you want it to be. Marianne says, hello all, just dropped in for a moment. Glad you're feeling better, Sean. We missed your face and the waffle. I've missed you guys too. This is so much fun. Rachel says, love the Peeps group too. It's all warm and fuzzy. Yeah. Kelly says, lost chat for a moment, went to Facebook. What's the... Ah, there you go. Yeah, found you. Yes, you may still join. Although we will need to see photos of Oriana, definitely. Yes, you said you will. That's good. Yes. Sarah's answered the questions. Awesome. Thank you, Sarah. And Caroline as well. And Austin Robinson. No questions answered from Austin yet, but welcome to the other three. There you go. Judy says, we need kindness and love in our world, along with caring and sharing. Yeah. Rachel says, well, clearly I have to start thinking about a stonkingly gorgeous dress now. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. There's only going to be girls this time as well, because Martin can't come now, because Martin was coming with him. So it's only going to be girls and Dad. He's going to be in his element. Nimue says, already had all the materials for the gala outfit. I'll almost be as shiny if I can get it finished. Had to shop for suitable PJ material today. Yes, fancy PJs as well. Don't forget pizza and PJ night. So yeah. See, this is the reason I put all these events in, is because I would never make myself fancy PJs if I didn't have somewhere. Like I'd make them for wearing on Christmas morning, and then that would be about it. And I would wear them. I do wear them. I have some very nice ones, but yeah, fancy PJs or dressing gown. Even, yeah, like any excuse for outfits. Caroline says, I have a friend who loves airsoft, adventuring, etc., and had pics on his Facebook. Lost out on a job because they trolled social media about him. Well, I just. Marianne says to Rachel, you're always stonkingly gorgeous. Indeed. And Karen says, good morning, all from Long Island, New York. Sorry for being so late. Glad you're feeling better and sending you a big virtual hug. Thank you, Karen, and you're very welcome, whatever time you arrive. Right, okay, so I turned the iron on and then sat and chatted at you for about 20 minutes, didn't I? First turn the iron back on. And now I need to decide which is the right side and which is the wrong side of my fabric. And then maintain that throughout the fusing process. Now, that is the wrong side. Yeah, that's the wrong side. That's the right side. There's very little difference. Oh. Which one do I prefer? I think this one. I don't know if the camera quality is going to be good enough to show you guys the right side and the wrong side. It might be. But I'm thinking that that's the right side. And that's the wrong side. So this is the right side and this is the wrong side. I think. Yeah, I think. Christine says, are you going to arrange another sewing event after the one in May? Yes, there will be another one in October. I'm not sure, because I did 2, and then the next year I was going to do 2 in May and then 2 in October. And then obviously pandemic. So this time I'm only doing 1, because I did have 20 people coming and I've now got 11. So there is technically 1 space still available on the May sewing retreat at the moment. So it was going to be 10 people on each, although there is room for 12 if I ended up with that many people. And out of the 20 that I had booked, I have got 11 people that are coming, although I haven't heard back from 2 of them, so I'm still waiting to hear back from those. But everyone else has confirmed that they're definitely coming. So I might put out like a poll again on the Facebook group, because the people that are on the Facebook group tend to be the most active in this little community. So like I put out a poll and just see how many people want to come in October and whether I'll do 1 event in October or 2. I'd love to run 2. It would be really, really fun to run 2, because it's I got criticised last time after the May one for giving the people that came to the May retreat first refusal for the October retreat, because I got criticised that, you know, other people might want to come, and I wasn't allowing them the opportunity to do so. But I mean, it was the people at the May retreat who actively asked for the October one, so it was like, well, they're the ones that wanted it. So yeah, I would love to run 4 events a year. That would be ideal. But there will definitely be one in October. As I say, though, there is technically space on the one in May, 3rd of May to the 7th, in the self-catering apartment. Although when I say the self-catering apartment, like all the food is provided, including breakfast. Dad does a really good breakfast shop. So yeah, all the food's included. It's not in Lalcoombe itself, because Lalcoombe only has a certain amount of bedrooms. Susan says, good night all, it's 11:45 p.m. here. Good night, Susan. Thank you for joining us. Right, now that I have decided on the way around that this needs to go, I now need to interface everything. So I think what I might do is take you guys over here with me. Let's see if we have room for you. Because otherwise, I could be over here for quite a long while, and it could be quite boring for you. So let's see if I can find you some room over there. Austin has answered the questions. Already have to. Yes. There we go. All of the Kittenish Behaviour Peeps Group applications have been approved. Right. So let me see if I can find some space for you guys. You have to go. I think you'll have to go on the little ironing table where all my ironing stuff lives. It'll be fine. I think you'll squeeze in there. Oh, might just put the heater way up as well. Right. So I've unplugged you for a little while from the power. So let's see how that goes. To keep an eye on the power level so that you don't die, because that would be bad. Here we go. It's a very flattering angle. Right. So I think what I'm going to do is, now that I've made a decision about which is the right and the wrong side, I'm actually going to go through and put a pin in the wrong side of everything, just so that I don't accidentally mess up and interface the wrong piece, because we all know that that is a likelihood, especially with me chatting away and not concentrating 100%. Yeah. So I'm just putting a pin on the wrong side of each of my pieces so that I 100% know that that is the wrong side. I think Mum's just come home as well. She's been at church this morning. God bothering in the nicest possible way. I've got to season 15 of Supernatural, and I'm really enjoying it. Oh, actually, I need to press these. Do I need? No, I don't press them yet. Save them first, then I'll press them. So just double check this last little bit, and that one. So now I can interface everything, and now I need to remember not to interface with the pin still in, because that would be bad. Okay. So my pieces along there. That one can go there. Okay, so that's the wrong side up. and start the interfacing process. Fun times. Yeah, definitely had to bring you guys over here because just double check. Yeah, no, definitely got that the right way up. I meant the interfacing this time because I just see put my iron on it and it been, yeah, it's been so long. Okay. Judith says, hey peeps, good afternoon from York. Hello, Judith. Awkward Evie says, good morning, everyone. 6 a.m. here in the desert. Good morning. That is very early. Laurel says, good morning, Sean and peeps. Nice to be having a hangout again. I hope everyone is well. Very well, thank you. How are you? Nice to see you. Eliza says, good morning from Ohio. What are we sewing today? The 5193 waistcoat. It was a pattern swap present from the very lovely Daisy May, who came to my first sewing retreat as well. And we got paired up in the pattern swap for that particular season. And yeah. Okay. First piece interfaced, and I really like how that's turned out. This is definitely a good idea to interface all of them. That's good. Okay. Let's do the next piece. I'm really excited about how this suit is going to turn out because, as I say, I've got enough fabric to make a skirt and a pair of trousers from this because I've got 2 more cuts. One is 2.2 meters, which was a present from Big Bird and Baby Bother for my birthday last year. And then the other cut is one that I bought, and it's 2.5 meters. So I literally bought the 2.5 meters to make a pair of trousers, the Pauline Alice Sorrel trousers, which I have traced, but I need to kind of like go through the tracing and make some alterations because the crotch depth is not going to be deep enough for me. The crotch depth on trousers is never deep enough for me. And the size difference between the waist and the hips is about 4 sizes, so I need to try and smooth that out. And then I need to make a mock-up because this wool is £16, well, £15.90 a meter, but then also I can't get any more of it. I have bought the last of it. As I say, there is another remnant, which I am tempted to go back and get because I would like to try and make a jacket as well. I just think that all those separate pieces would be amazing in my wardrobe, and they would also work really well together. Like, I'm thinking about even if I've got enough scraps, trying to make the cap, the Vogue cap that is an outstanding sew along out of it. So very Peaky Blinders kind of looking. Like, majority of the time I will dress very feminine, very, very feminine, like floaty dresses, ruffles, color, prints. But like every now and again, a little bit of feminine tailoring, because this is not going to be masculine tailoring whatsoever. But yeah, a little bit of feminine tailoring. There's a girl who lives in Oslo in Norway called Penny Heartbleed. That's what her name is on Instagram. She wears a lot of Emmy designs by Emmy Designs Sweden. She wears a lot of their clothing, and like their high-waisted sort of trousers and waistcoats together look amazing, especially with like a big sleeve pussy bow blouse underneath of them. So yeah, I need to put a bit more. I know you're not meant to put interfacing on with steam, but I find that my iron gets hotter when it has steam. So I tend to do that. Yeah, Emmy Designs of Sweden. I love their knitwear. I love their trousers. I love the skirts that they do. I think actually they're very reasonably priced for what they are as well. They're not mass produced. I don't know where they're made. When I was in London, one of the things that I wanted to do and unfortunately couldn't do because I couldn't leave the house, I wanted to go and try things on. And I know there's a shop on off in one of the like little malls just off of Carnaby Street that stocks specifically 1940s clothes. They have like the 1940s trashy diva dresses in, and they would have had some of the Emmy Designs ones in as well because I really want to try the trousers on. To the point where I'm actually thinking about ordering a pair of the trousers. They're £158 for wool trousers, and I'm thinking that I would like to try them on and see what they look like on me because I don't think the crotch depth is going to be deep enough, and I would have to get the ones that fit my hips and then have them tailored or tailor them myself to my waistline. But then I'm not sure that I because I love the style on everybody else, but that's one of the things that I have found that I need to stop doing is trying to kind of see something on somebody else that looks amazing on them and then like, oh yeah, I need to wear that, and then it looks awful on me. So yeah. Eileen says, hi everyone, inspired by Rachel. I am sewing the Frida, but why oh why can't I get the ends of the Mandarin collar identical? Oh, have you tried drawing in the seam allowance? That's my tip for when you have to get things perfectly symmetrical, is draw in the seam allowance. Because especially around corners and curves and things, it can be really, really easy to kind of go off piece by a couple of millimeters, and it makes such a difference. Laurel says, what is this Swedish company's name? How is it spelled? Let's see. It is, I shall get it up on my Instagram. Okay, it's Emmy Design Sweden, and Emmy as in EMMY Design Sweden. Shirin, I love it. Shirin, I can't remember her surname, but she's another one that she wears a lot of their stuff and looks amazing in it. Let me find a photo of the trousers that I'm talking about. Oh, here we go. These are tucked into boots. I actually haven't seen this look before, but they're the trousers that I'm talking about. So they're super high-waisted. They come with braces, and they're actually wide-legged, but she's tucked them into the boots, and they look amazing tucked into boots. And then with the waistcoat over the top, this is definitely where some of my waistcoat obsessions come from. Yes, Shirin, here we go. Shirin Atra. She's another one that if you don't follow on Instagram, she's got a YouTube channel as well, but she doesn't post very often. Let's go and have a look at, yeah, they do also do the kind of cropped trousers, like the sporting trousers. I love that look. I don't know if I'm cool enough to pull it off or if I would feel comfortable trying to wear those. So let's have a look at the other one is, as I say, Penny Heartbleed. And she's pregnant at the moment and she's still making all the outfits look amazing. But yeah, here we go. Like, I really like that. Really, really like that. That's a slightly closer up look at the waist of those. And then I love how it looks with the waistcoat as well. I think that's gorgeous. And I could just imagine with the little cap on it as well. And this outfit. Oh, you see, this is what I'm thinking. It's like a skirt like that, the waistcoat, If I worked in an office, then 100% I would have an entire wardrobe of all of those. So yes. Judith says, I'm experimenting hacking a t-shirt pattern to make a sweater vest for my daughter, and it's some really cool sweatshirt remnants. Spent the whole morning planning. Actual sewing is going to be so quick. Oh, cool. This is not sticking at all. It's because the iron is turned off because I've been talking so much. The iron's cooled down. Ah, dear. I was totally like, yeah, we'll totally get this waistcoat sewn during the hangout today. Totally. Maybe if I wasn't waffling so much. Laurel says, ooh, very sharp. Yeah, I love both of those. Rachel Lynn says, I'm making a waistcoat for the first time. I'm definitely blame you. I actually haven't worn any of mine yet. This one I think is going to go really well with the blue shirt dress that I made with the giant sleeves. I think it's going to look really cool over that. Caroline says, I used to rock the knickerbocker waistcoat look many, many years ago and many pounds ago. This is the thing. I want to try those on because I think they would look amazing. And I really like the look of knee-high boots with those trousers tucked into them. I blame Rachel Maxey for that completely. Right, the iron is hot again. Yeah, totally blame Rachel Maxey for that obsession. So yeah, I really want to try them on, and that was one of the things I wanted to do when I was in London, and I didn't get around to it because of stupid thing not being able to leave the house. Let's not press creases into this. That would be bad. Okay, that's better. Finish getting this all interfaced. Yeah, I kind of really fancy some of those high-waisted like trousers with the suspenders on them. I think they would be so cool. Leslie says, lovely to see you back. You've been missed. Looking forward to seeing your waistcoat. I'm sat finishing a leg draft excluder. Really pleased with it. And I think I'll try a witch's leg. Ooh, cool. I still haven't sent you the buttons. I must do that. Keep meaning to do that. I am a terrible person. Right. Okay, just make sure, because my side back and side front pieces are both kind of like princess cut, but obviously very different sizes, because the front one has to accommodate for the boobs. That's a lot bigger. Just making sure that I've got the right piece. And I have. Get the right piece of interfacing. Nope. Right piece of interface. There we go. This is a really quick little project, and as I say, I managed to cut it out of a 65 centimeter long, 140 wide piece of the fabric. I did have to pattern Tetris, but it was fine because it's not a directional print, so it worked really well. Crafty Magpie says, be proud of me, peeps. I'm finished the project I have on the go before jumping into the goodies I got at the SEC craft fair. Well done. That is impressive. Nimroy says, we all have waffle withdrawal, so the sewing will just have to go a bit slower for now. Yes, me waffling at you, you guys listening to it. I'm so glad that you do want to listen to it. Yeah, when I tried doing the like proper videos with no waffle, I was so much I wanted to talk to you about, and then it was like, okay, we'll do the weekly ones, but you guys were definitely very adamant that you would like more regular updates than the just weekly. So that's what you're getting every other day. That's what I'm aiming for anyway. Every other day from now. I mean, to be fair, this is classing as my video for today because I put a video up 2 days ago. So technically there should be a video going up today, but there's a live hangout. So I thought, you know what, that works. So yeah. Laurel says, I had purple corduroy knickerbockers when I was 10 in the early 80s. Very cool. Eileen says, have you seen the Merchant & Mills Miller waistcoat? It is beautiful. I haven't seen that one. I do like Merchant & Mills, but they tend to be a little bit too kind of boxy for me. I could be completely wrong. I haven't seen that one, so I will have to have a look. And boxy as in like just personal taste. My personal preference is for way more fitted garments. Nimoy says, I have a few waistcoats that I'd love to wear more often, but my arms always get cold first, so they have the wrong fabric distribution for me. Yeah. Shirin is the German girl I told you about. I love her way of getting dressed. The things that she wears I think are beautiful. She always looks like really well thought out and put together. And they're always, there's very few patterns that she has on her clothing. She doesn't wear patterns very often. So you wouldn't think it would be something that I'd be drawn to, but I really like how she dresses. And again, I think that's one of the reasons that I like how she dresses and I like how it looks on her, but it probably wouldn't work for me, which is why I want to try some of these things on. Kelly says, burgundy cord knickerbockers here. Nice. Caroline says, I had tweed ones and golden brown heavy corduroy set. Oh, you guys are making me want to try and wear these sorts of things. Ooh. Eliza says, I too was in waffle withdrawal. You were missed. I'm so happy to have you back chatting with us. Not sewing, but battling the cold at the moment. You poor thing. Used to wear waistcoats when I was smaller, but now that I am pudgy, I am more bottom heavy, so not sure that they still work. Mum and I were talking about this the other day because she's just finished knitting a jumper that she's basically made up. She's like borrowed cables from here, there, and everywhere, and different bits and pieces, and it came out slightly too big. And she's ended up actually kind of like sewing. This one doesn't want to stay on my shoulders. She's ended up sewing like a cable together so it sort of forms like a ridge, and it looks really effective, but it's also like emphasized her shoulders. And the minute we did that, because there's some kick in the bottom, but the minute we made the shoulders slightly bigger, then it balanced out. It's the optical illusion. Like if you watch Bianca from The Closet Historian, she says exactly the same thing. There's a little bit of emphasis on the shoulders narrows down the waist, especially if you have a bigger bottom. So it's maybe one of those things that you kind of like play around with and see if like maybe putting on. That's another reason that I like the really big sleeves on shirts and things with the poof at the top, because it just helps again. Because I used to be like a proper hourglass, but now I have much bigger hips than I do a bust. So I try and accentuate the top half and then minimize this part to then and accentuate my hips. I get so many people comment on my big floofy dresses just saying they're making your butt and your hips look bigger, and it's like, yes, I know, that's the point, because it makes my waist look smaller. It's like, if you want to minimize your hips, you shouldn't be wearing those things. It's like, I don't want to minimize my hips. I want to accentuate the hips and the big butt. I want to accentuate the small waist. So yeah. Anyway, Where did I get to? So, Eliza, it might be worth playing around with some like floofier tops with a bit more volume in this area to see if you like how that looks. And that's another reason I wanted to go and try some stuff on, is because I wanted to try some different silhouettes, and I wanted to try different trouser silhouettes and see how I got on with those. Because I haven't really worn trousers in a very long time, as we all know. Like, I had a massive crisis of confidence with the Decades of Style Empire trousers, which are now too big for me, quite considerably too big for me. So yeah, I think the purple corduroy ones just need to go. I just don't think that they were the right kind of fabric for me, and I want to buy some more of that purple corduroy, because I did make a waistcoat, which I love. I made this waistcoat out of the purple corduroy, and I want to make a skirt, because I think that I would wear. That outfit I would wear for sure. Itchy nails. Let's see, where did I get to? Kelly says I'm talking 80s here. Yeah. Kathleen says, and I love jodhpurs. The proper jodhpurs with the, yeah. Eliza says, wonderful idea on the shoulder emphasis. We'll definitely play with that. Yeah, let us know how you get on, Eliza. It'd be really interesting to see how you feel about the way that you look with that. Because, yeah, not everybody wants to look like an hourglass. Like, there's lots of people that, there's different shapes and they want to emphasize different things and things like that. So, yeah, let us know how you get on. Yvonne says, morning. Hello, everyone. Bit late, I'm afraid. Watching from the beginning now. Good morning. So you probably won't see that comment for a while. Will that reply to your comment for a while? I mean, I know what I mean. You guys know what I mean. It's all fine. Final piece. That's okay. Jenny Pin says, so I've now finished sewing my latest embroidery into its hoop. I'll post on Instagram later. I finished sewing up my knitting during pottery throwdown this evening. I may get my sewing machine out later. Nice. You will have had a busy crafting day. All of the crafts in one, I mean, not all of them, but yeah. Or as many crafts in one day as you can do. 6600 Mum says, Stas here. Don't you just love happy accidents? I'm thrilled when they happen. Yes. Tina says, I'm off to the Gold Hawk Road next month for the first time, which is exciting. That is very exciting, Tina. I did leave some fabric there. Jin and Pin says, so I'll go and do my shopping now. See you all next time. Thank you for joining us. It was lovely to see you. Eliza says, I've not been on the big sleeve train, but might have to try it out as per your advice. Definitely worth a have a look. You might like it, you might hate it. I love big sleeves because they're just so easy for range of movement as well. Kelly says, lovely cardi, by the way. Did you make it? Mum's my knitter. Mum knit this for me. It's the Bayan cardigan by Andy Satterland. Has a very pretty back. Very pretty back. And then it's got the porcelain buttons from Wim Wham, which are got a nice little sort of mother of pearl luster to them. Mum's currently knitting me another Hearten cardigan, which I'm very excited about. Okay, final piece is interface. So let's plug you guys back in because we do not want you dying. We've only taken up about 1/5 of the battery doing that, so it's not too bad. Let's go back over here. Hopefully none of you feel too seasick. Tip you down. Yeah, that's good. Now, plug you back in. Mustn't forget to plug you back in because we would lose you then, and that would be bad. Okay, so that's that. Phone is charging. There we go. And you are charging. Yes, you are charging. Okay, where do we get to? Alison says, hello, Sean and Peeps. Greetings from Bendigo, Victoria, Australia. How are you all? Sean, I can see that you have lost weight. How is Chiana today and how was she in London? Thank you very much. I ate incredibly badly when I was in London. All the carbs because comfort food, and I didn't put any weight on. I am so surprised. I didn't lose any weight, but I didn't put any weight on. So I maintained it, which is great because I had literally 10 days of just eating whatever I wanted. Chiana is very well, thank you. Vox 3D says, hello Peeps, how are you all doing? Hope you're all doing well, sorry. Oh, my eyesight's terrible. Very well, thank you. Alison says to Rachel, did you see the style arc blouse that I recommended in the comments of your last vlog? Ooh. And Vox 3D says, I am printing the Bloma tank from Paradise Patterns. I need a quick win project. Nice. Evie says, I told my 9-year-old daughter who follows your stream also that you were having a hangout today. She woke up before me and has been seam ripping her practice project quietly in the other room. Oh, how lovely. Mim73 says, I like to show my legs, as you could see with the 6891 on the group, because no waist. That looked amazing on you as well. That looked really, really pretty. See, I don't like my legs, so I want to cover them up as much as possible and just go, look, I have a small piece here. Janet says, hi, Sean, nice to see you. Missed your daily waffle. Hi, Janet, thank you. Alison says, Sean, did you manage to get your post office box sorted? I have cancelled that post office box because they won't receive parcels. They won't receive anything that's not from Royal Mail. So it's way too difficult for anyone sending stuff from abroad. So I have cancelled that one. I'm going to talk to my manager and just see what he recommends, because I know there are other people out there who have PO boxes that will accept parcels from every kind of thing. So yeah, we shall see. Watch this space. Megan's here. She says, in this bleak world, it's so nice to be here with Sean and the Peeps. Hello. Did you get my see my reply to your email? I'm sorry it took so long to get to it, but thank you so much for taking the time to reply, Megan. Missy says, hello there. I recognise that dress as I just watched the Sew Along. Oh, yeah. I love this one. Love this one a lot. Right. Okay. So I've laid all my pieces flat whilst they were cooling. Actually, I can put my overlocker away because that doesn't need to be out anymore. Let's do that. So I've got a bit more room. I have managed to crack the inside of my back molar, and it's rubbing on my tongue and it's really starting to hurt. I don't know how I've done that. Doesn't hurt at all, as in like there's no like exposed nerve or anything, so like the tooth itself doesn't hurt, but my tongue keeps rubbing up against the rough surface of the cracked tooth, and that hurts, and it's really annoying. As if I don't have enough issues with my mouth. I don't need another one. Right. Just get rid of the remnants. There we go. So, this thing is heavy. Up you go. Oh, really heavy, really heavy. Okay. Right. Okay. Reese says, I'm sewing Vogue 8685 as the one I have, but your woven to knit was very helpful. Awesome. Megan says, thank you. I'll be able to check my email as soon as this is over. You are so sweet. Well, thank you. And no, you are as well. It was very nice of you to take the time to send that email to me and also to like ask all those that information and find out the stuff that you did. So thank you. Sorry it took me so long to get back to you. That would have been one of the perfect things to do when I was not feeling very well, but I had zero brain power. I don't know if any of you are the same. Like if you're sick, then like my brain, I can't do like things that need actual functioning thought behind them. So I'm just trimming off any little bits of interfacing that's sticking over the edge. And I find that no matter how careful I am when I'm interfacing or cutting out these things, I always end up with a little bit kind of sticking out over the edge. And I just find it easier to trim these bits off for when I pin things together. So I'm pinning like the proper raw edge together. Usually it's only like tiny little bits like I'm cutting off, but every now and again I'll end up with a really large piece. Okay. So I need to keep some of these pattern pieces out for the marking places for the pockets and things, the little faux welt pockets. Let's see, where did we get to with chat? Alison says, Sean, I now have kickstarted my diet again and I'm on keto, not just for weight loss, but also for my type 1 diabetes, and I'm getting excellent blood sugar results. That's awesome. Yeah, I have to say, like, eating sugar and carbs whilst in London, whilst it was comfort food, I really, really noticed how lethargic it made me because I was having like sugar spikes and crashes. Um, because of the way that carbs release energy. And I was really noticing it, like a sort of half an hour to an hour after eating bread. I didn't have any pasta. I was kind of wishing, now thinking about it now, I should probably have had like a carbonara because I love carbonara. Um, yeah, I massively noticed the difference in my energy levels. One thing about keto is that your like energy levels definitely are a lot more stable, and you don't have like the ups and downs as much as you do with kind of sugars, because I mean, obviously I'm not no expert, but it spikes in sugar levels and like energy levels and then crashes when those sugar levels go right down again. But I'm glad that you're finding good results with it, Alison. That's awesome. That is awesome. Right. Sorry, I know this is not the most riveting of content, but this is something that needs to be done. Danny says, the calyx is built, now to build the baskets and transfer my fabrics into it. Ooh, good luck. This will also go really well with the dark green Cobra Corsage. I mean, I think actually this will go really well with quite a lot of the Cobra Corsage, but I'm really oh, it would look really nice over the burgundy as well, because I am going to be making the Bruyere shirt out of that. So yeah, that's going to look nice. And this will also obviously go very nicely with Savannah as well. So I do love it when a piece is going to be multifunctional. That's really why I should make myself more plain, solid coloured things that match well with all the prints that I've done, because I have a lot of prints. And as we all know, I am not great at print clashing. MF says to Eris, tooth pain is the worst. I can take other pain all right, but tooth pain turns me into a giant baby. I hope you both feel better. Oh, Eris, I've just seen, let's see, Eris says, I just had a temporary crown placed on the front tooth and it hasn't been a good run with it. So I'm extra sympathetic to your tooth struggles today. Yeah. It's talking, it's rubbing on my tooth, rubbing on my tongue. Trisha says, just bought the pasta, which is made from lentils, not tried it yet. I've had the one made from edamame, and I do like that one as well, but unfortunately edamame is also not keto. I think, like, I'm still trying to lose weight. I would like to lose 11 more pounds and then I'll be done. And I'm kind of, I've definitely slowed down and plateaued. And this last sort of 10 days of definitely splurge eating has not helped with the goal of losing those last 11 pounds. But I'm not like 100% strict. I am kind of leaning. I'm not like 100% strictly keto and just like never eating anything else, because that would frustrate me. And as I say, this is a lifestyle choice, not a diet. I am not doing this as a quick fix to get to a certain weight and then go back to how I used to be, because I realize that is not sustainable, and all the weight will come back on. So yeah, this is a whole lifestyle choice. So for me, it has to allow me to have like things every now and again. Like I have been absolutely craving a Belgian bun, which is not remotely keto, but absolutely craving it, to the point where I went out yesterday and got myself one, and it was amazing and I really enjoyed it. But I won't have one of those again now for months. So yeah, it kind of, I needed a lifestyle change rather than a diet, because all the diets I was trying, I was just miserable and just constantly thinking about food, and that is not a great way to live. So this has made me much, much happier, which is awesome. Okay. So like, this is totally not a necessary step, but it's just something that I like to do because I find it satisfying. Just getting everything properly neat. Like, I'm literally just trimming off tiny little bits, as you can see, but definitely makes me happier. Okay. Nearly done, promise. Very nearly done. Let's see. Where did I get to? Johanna says, I always end up with uneven interfacing, but generally I'm too lazy to trim it off. I don't know, I just find this satisfying, getting all the edges to 100% line up. I also like go through and kind of like add my notches back in if when they're stuck together and things when you put the interfacing on. I don't know, just a bit anal about these kinds of things. Need to do it. Need to do it. Alison says, if you love pasta, you can make pasta dish using these Japanese noodles that are actually made from vegetables. Check out Heavenly Fan for her recipe on spicy noodles. You will love it. Yes, I have seen those ones. I've got one of those like lists of the things that you can use to replace your, like your pastas and things like that. Let's see. Getting there. Got 3 more pieces left to do. I mean, this is like excessive. You don't really need to do this. It's just a habit that I have and now constantly do. Let's see. Oh, that bit's not particularly well fused. Let's turn the iron back on. That bit's not well fused at all. One thing to be careful of if you do this, like I am, I've just gotten little shreds of interfacing on the right side of my fabric, and they can still have glue on them, so you do not want to press those onto the right side of your fabric because they might stick permanently, which is not what we want. Okay, right. Yeah, iron's on, 2 secs. There we go, that's better. Much better. So I've got my final 2 front pieces to do, so the facing pieces basically. And then we can start with some construction 2 hours and 8 minutes into this stream. Let's see. Trisha says, I've also made pasta out of chickpeas. Interesting. Again, chickpeas are not necessarily keto, but so I think if I was going to have pasta, I would just have pasta. I haven't tried chickpea pasta, as I say. I've only tried edamame pasta, but yeah, interesting. Danny says, have you seen the new Elephant and Chameleon print, Sean? Saw it and thought of you. Yes, I have. They sent me an email. They sent me a couple of emails, actually, because I've signed up with 2 email accounts. So I'm just like, I need that. Alison says, Heavenly Fan is a YouTube channel. Yes, awesome. Thank you. Eris says to Megan, thank you. The tooth has become quite sensitive and now I'm terrified. I'm going to have a root canal on top of the crown. Just think that you can reward yourself with fabric if you're a lady and you don't bite the dentist. That's how I get through it. I even rewarded myself with fabric when I did bite the dentist, but it was by accident. It wasn't on purpose. Caroline says, when is your next trip to London? Then I can have a look when David has appointments. Not sure yet. I shall let you know. Alison says, I hope you don't have to have a crown. I had 2 done and would have had my dream holiday in India for the price of the 2 crowns being done. Fingers crossed you don't need one. Wow. Alison says, what other health benefits have you experienced on keto? Do you recommend other YouTube or websites that you found helpful? My energy levels being way more constant and the weight loss, and I'm enjoying it. I am enjoying eating this way. I am enjoying eating this way a lot. I use the Keto Diet app, which you can track your food on, and it will tell you if it's red, green, or amber. So it's like, red is bad on keto, don't eat this, which beer is and bread is. And then amber is like eat moderately, so like cucumbers, or in the quantity that I eat cucumbers. And then obviously the different meats and stuff that I enjoy usually are green, and like, yeah, go nuts. So I found that app really useful. I actually haven't looked at any YouTube channels really. I use the Green Chef delivery diet, delivery meal plan thing. It's part of HelloFresh. But the Green Chef one is, they specialize in doing vegan, vegetarian, low carb, and keto meals. So it's not just like vegetarian stuff. Obviously, keto is, there's a lot of, you can obviously eat keto and be vegetarian, but I would find that very difficult. I made myself very ill when I tried to eat vegetarian because I don't really like vegetables. So yeah, I made myself very, very ill after 2.5 years of vegetarianism. I am amazed with myself that I managed to last that long, to be honest. And as soon as they come out with a meat substitute that is as good as actual meat, then as in for iron, and that was my problem. I had a severe iron deficiency, was very anemic, which made everything else just much worse. But yeah, as soon as there's a meat substitute that comes out that's as good, then I will quite happily go back to being vegetarian again. I might just go and fuse down this corner of this as well, because this is kind of not quite stuck as well as I would hope it would. Let's make sure, like I said, get all the interfacing fluff off so I don't stick anything down that I shouldn't. Got one last piece. One last piece. Jennifer's here. Hello, gorgeous peeps. The wrench is here, or one of them. Danny says, my partner has eaten a version of keto diet for a few years now. He still has the odd non-keto treat, but it works really well for him. Yeah, and I think that's another thing as well. Is like I say, this is a lifestyle choice for me, so I need it to be flexible. I need to be able to have, one of the things that I really wanted when I was sick was a white baguette with pate. Because usually I would eat pate on cucumber slices, which I really like. Because there's, it's not the same as eating it on a cracker or bread, but there's still the crunch, and then I love pate. But yeah, I really wanted a French stick and pate, so I bought a small one, and I ate 3/4 of it, and then I was overly full, and then within about an hour I was also incredibly sleepy. Very, very sleepy. But I've always found that I can never eat pasta during the day, when even before keto, because if I ate pasta for lunch, then about an hour and a half later I would desperately need to have a nap. because I would just be so tired. Right. All of my interfacing is trimmed. So now I can start pinning all of my pieces together. So let's start doing that. Now I don't put on the little tie at the back to cinch the waistcoat in. I probably should, but I just don't. So I don't need to keep the back piece out because I don't need the pattern for the placement of the back little tie thing. So let's get this pinned together. Alison says hi to Jennifer. Jennifer says hi to Alison. How are you? Jennifer says I did a ton of baking and cooking yesterday. Did you get what was it? There was a tortilla iron, something you'd ordered from Amazon to make specific things. Was it tortillas? I can't remember. You'll have to tell me. But yeah, did you get it sorted out? Jojo says, I dropped off. Folding fabric is exhausting. Yes, it is. It is indeed. It'll be so worth it when you're done, though, Jojo. Megan says to Eris, "You're most welcome. I hope you don't need more. Need one. More fingers crossed here. Everyone, pretzel up. Pretzel. Alison says to Jennifer, I am very well, thank you. How are you going? It sounds like you had fun in the kitchen yesterday. Jennifer says, unfortunately, nothing keto friendly. That's fine. Natalie says, hello all, joining late today. Hi, Natalie. How are you? Alison says to Jennifer, I made my first keto cake. It was carrot cake and it was very nice. I made it with almond and coconut flour. Ooh, very nice. Very nice indeed. Jennifer says, just woke up, but yesterday I prepped skirt steak for fajitas. There are three different chicken salads, raspberry lemonade bars, and honey white bread. Ooh, nice. The fajitas are for today, and today I'm attempting to make tortillas for the first time. Did I get it right? Was it a tortilla thingy? Jennifer says to Alison, I bet it's a yummy cake. My husband loves carrot cake. Mum loves carrot cake too. I think it's her favorite. Natalie says, I'm also making fajitas for dinner tonight. Lol, nice. I've made tortillas before. They weren't too hard, but didn't turn out very round. Good luck. And Jennifer says, yes, the tortilla press drama finally arrived during my chat with Banner. It was an unboxing live. Nice. And Caroline says, hello, sweet peeps. Hello. Stitchmaker Studio says, hi, Shana Peeps. Sorry I'm late. I had to ferry the kids around. I'm home now with Tim Hortons coffee in hand. Very nice. Tim Hortons is Canadian, right? Do I have that right? I think I have that right. Okay, so there's my back pinned together. And now let's start pinning. Did I not slip notches into this one? That was silly. Let's do that now. Do not want interface fluff. I did not put my notches into my pattern pieces. That was very silly of me, so let's do that now. Pattern pieces getting notched. There we go. So I do need this one because it has the marking for the little welt pocket on it, so I need to keep that out. Okay, so I've got my notches in the front pieces. So let's get everything lined up. Let's see. Where did I get to with the chat? Anthea says, sorry, I should have said it's Anthea. It's okay. And yes, Tim Hortons is Canadian, but to have one 5 minutes from my house here in sunny Scotland. I thought you were in Scotland. I was just like, what? Is there a Timmy Hortons in Scotland? I did not know this. How exciting. Jennifer says hi to Anthea, and Anthea says hi to Jennifer. Jennifer says to Anthea, Tim Hortons is coming to Houston, Texas. We're kind of excited. Nice. Very nice indeed. Right. So I'm going to pin everything so that I can then sew everything. That's the plan of attack. This is not wanting to lie as flat as it should, so let's just let it lie like it wants to, rather than forcing things. Anthea says to Jennifer, I really like their coffee. Unfortunately, their donuts have been disastrous for my waistline. Oh, donuts. Like I say, I had a Belgian bun yesterday. It's gonna do me my sugar cravings for a while. Natalie says it was Canadian, but I'm pretty sure it was bought by an American company a few years ago. Interesting. Anessa says hello to everyone. Hi, Anessa. How are you, my lovely? Anthea says to Natalie, oh, I didn't know that about Timmy Hortons being bought by... I mean, the only reason I know Tim Hortons is a Canadian company is because of the artist Bailey J. She's Canadian, and she constantly has Timmy Hortons. And I enjoy watching her channel. Let's see. Easing in the princess curve. Lots of pins. It'll be fine. Okay. So I have put notches in this one. I was just making sure that the notches were visible from, because when you put the interfacing on, you can make the notches not as easy to see. Let's see. Jennifer says to Anthea, making donuts at home is on my list of things to do. I'm thinking of starting my own YouTube channel, but there is a lot of cooking channels. There are, but there are none. There is only one you, and that's what makes your channel unique. So that would be very interesting. And I love how much different cooking and stuff that you try, Jennifer. Like, always sounds like when you put the bread pictures up as well. Like, oh, they all look so good. Megan says raspberry lemonade bars sound amazing. Have been inspired to lose weight and have lost 1.5 stone, pretty much all from my chest and bum. They must be paying off some terrible past life karma. Oh, but well done on the weight loss. Evie says Minnesota had a Tim Hortons as well, northern US. Yeah, like I say, the only reason I thought it was Canadian was because this Canadian vlogger I follow. But it's clearly like a worldwide phenomenon. Sorry if that's now in all of your heads. Anessa says, I'm okay, Sean, just tired from shoveling 20 centimetres of snow we got yesterday. Wow. That's a lot of snow. Snow! This is really, I didn't think it was too bad, but speaking all day makes you realise how much you use your tongue when you do that. Like, it really doesn't hurt, as in there's no like nerve pain from it, but it is just rubbing my tongue raw. That's not good. I'm gonna have to go and see the dentist. Eesh. We all know how I feel about the dentist. Where did I get to with chat? Okay, that one's done. Get these ones done. Itchy nose. Itchy schnoz. Yeah, that's the back. So that's the front. So that bit into that bit. Is that right? Yes. I'm doing them all the other way around. That's why it looks weird. Get there. We shall get there. Go. Where did I get to? Anthony says to Jennifer, that sounds amazing. Go for it anyway. Unfortunately, donuts are off my menu now due to changing my diet to carnivore. I feel much better for it, but miss the donuts. Yes. Jennifer says to Megan, it's my own recipe. I feel you on the weight loss. I've done it a lot myself before. And Megan says, thank you, but I want it back now. Lol. Phenomenon. Yeah. Always with the Muppets, right? Phenomenon. And Jennifer says, oh, I had to go to the office for the first time in 2 years last week, and I'll be going again tomorrow or Wednesday. Need to decide today. How was it? How was it being back in the office? Yeah, I'm so grateful that I could continue pretty much my job uninterrupted over the last couple of years. The only thing that didn't continue uninterrupted was the retreats, because nobody could travel and groups of people and all the very good reasons. But yeah, so lucky that I got to just basically continue my job uninterrupted. Anthea says to Jennifer, it's so weird to be getting back to normal again. Hubby is back in the office 3 days a week now, and I'm left with an empty house again. Carolyn says, love the Muppets. Your shoulder dragon always makes me think of Muppets. Oh, yeah. I think I said the last time we did a hangout that I was going to be doing the shoulder dragon so along today, but I didn't have time to get one cut out. So I'm thinking maybe next weekend. We shall see. Jennifer says, it's always great because my new company stole, i.e. headhunted people from my old job. So it was a big family reunion. Oh, how lovely. And Anthea says to me, I missed what you were sewing because I was late. Could you state it again, please? I am doing the 5193 waistcoat that I've had the silk lining cut out for months, and then the actual waistcoat itself I cut out in my mammoth cutting out session just before I left for London. So just getting everything pinned so that I can just do a whole bunch of sewing next. Moonchild14 says, "Yay! I'm looking for forward to the shoulder dragon. I just bought the simplicity pattern at Joann's 99-cent sale yesterday." Nice. So yeah, I was supposed to be doing like a proper official sew along for it, and I did film it, but I didn't change anything from the pattern, and the pattern designer's already done a sew along. So I kind of like I just didn't sort of like ever edit that footage or proceed with like filming any more for that particular pattern because like I've changed nothing. The pattern's really well written, everything goes together really well. I'm no soft toy expert, so like I don't know if there's a better way of doing anything, and this pattern designer makes soft toys for a living, so I'm assuming they're giving you the best tips and tricks possible. So yeah, I kind of made them and filmed it, but then never put the sew along out because there's already one there. But the Peeps were excited about sewing shoulder dragons together, so I thought we could do it that way, where we'd kind of like hang out one Sunday afternoon and make some dragons. So much pinning, but I'm getting there. I am getting there. Slowly but surely. Okay. So the only pieces that I'm not going to pin at the moment are the... Oh, I'm just going to give that a quick... Hopefully this is slightly hot still. Probably not though. It's hot enough. That'll do. Bottom of my back lining had gotten a little bit squiffy. Jennifer says, I only have to go once a week this month and then twice a week for regular hours and every other Friday normal hours. Cool. Anthea says, don't worry, Sean, I'm just finishing my coffee and then going to start sewing a pair of trousers that has been on my cutting table for over 6 months now. Oh, wow. Jennifer says, plus they'll let you know, leave the office early to beat traffic and log on when you get home, which is great because I live half an hour away with no traffic, but an hour with traffic. Ooh, ouch, yeah. And Jennifer says to Anthea, it is normal clothes is odd, sweatpants for life. Yeah, I wonder how I would dress at home. Like I've made myself a whole bunch of fancy kind of like loungewear because I found myself living in loungewear, and then I've kind of just made the decision that actually, you know what, I make all these clothes and I want to wear these clothes, so I shall wear these clothes at home. But I do find myself kind of early evening, I will kind of get out of my clothes and get into my dressing gown. Just because it's, like I do love what I wear, and the majority of it is very comfortable for day-to-day wear. But when you want to lounge around and something and like slump on the sofa, some of the dresses, especially the woven ones, are not really conducive to doing that elegantly or kind of well. So I do kind of get changed out of my workwear, even though I do work from home. So yeah, I wonder what I would wear if I did have an office job. Because like every job that I've ever had I have had to go to work for, I have had a uniform. I think there's only been one that I haven't had a uniform. Right, let's make sure that I'm getting this the right way out as well. So these get sewn with 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. Everything else is 5/8 of an inch. Little welt pocket doodads. Okay, so apart from the back princess seams, everything is pinned. So let us commence actual sewing, and it's 2 hours and 35 minutes into the stream before I actually get any sewing done. It's about right. Jennifer says, my office job is casual. Jeans and casual tops are allowed, which is so odd for a bank. When I started in banking, it was suits with pantyhose. That's nice that it's slightly relaxed, though. I don't know. I think I'd want to dress up. Anthea says, office wear is so not my style anymore. I've been a stay-at-home mum for 18 years. I'm job hunting at the moment and suddenly realise I have to make myself a whole new wardrobe. Jennifer says, and sneakers are allowed as well. I still wear a blazer. It's also for warmth. Yeah, when I the one place I worked where you could wear what you wanted, it was a call centre, so there was no point in them providing us a company uniform. But the dress code was smart casual, and then on Fridays we could wear jeans and trainers if we wanted to. Like, I'm really glad that I am my own boss. I make a much better boss than I do employee. But like, I would like to have an excuse to wear sort of smarter, more work appropriate clothes. Although I don't know, maybe I would get bored with that because I mean, you always want what you don't have, don't you? Like, you know, it's human nature. So we'll see. No. Sarah says, good morning. Good morning, Sarah. Jennifer says, it's because we don't see clients face to face anymore. It's all virtual all over the phone. If I do a client visit, that's when I wear a suit, but it's so rare. And Jennifer also says hi to Sarah. Leanna says, hi, Sean. I'm sewing Vogue 8896 whilst watching. It's a knit wrap dress. Have you ever made it? It's quite an old pattern. Vogue 8896. I don't think I have. I don't think I've made any knit wrap dresses. No, I haven't made it. I do have it though. Yeah, I don't tend to wear very many knit dresses that aren't sort of like scuba weight, because my lighter weight ones, like the McCalls 7319, which I love, I make out of viscose jersey. But I found even that, like, I ended up putting cotton jersey in as the underlining, and I much prefer that dress now. I like my dresses, my knit dresses, to have a bit more structure. I haven't looked at the fabric requirements for that one. Yeah, my kind of knit patterns tend to be sort of like the t-shirts and jumpers and stuff. So let's trim excess seam allowance. And we can turn these through to then be pressed. My purple thing. Make my corners nice and pointy. Let's see, where did I get to? Jennifer says, and I'm a vice president. It's a very nice company to work for by the sounds of things, Jennifer, which is awesome. Anthea says, I would love to be my own boss, but procrastinate too much to let myself do that. Yeah, no, I'm a terrible employee. I always want to fix things, and that's not my job. Should just get on and do the job that I'm hired for, but not very good. Not a very good employee. Jennifer says, that's not to brag, but that's just the nature of the game where I work. My boss wears polos and jeans as well. Nice. Sarah says, oh my goodness, that McCalls 7131 flared trouser pattern is a real winner. I've made 2 pairs now and they are so fun. Yeah, I love mine. I have been wearing my green ones an awful lot when I was up in London because they're comfortable, but they still look smart. So it felt like I'd made an effort, but it was super comfy trousers. I can't wait till it's warm enough and I can wear my Savannah ones in the linen blend that I've made, because they are lovely, and I haven't worn those yet because they are definitely spring summer trousers. I mean, so are the green ones that I made. Definitely they're spring summer, but you know, if you're not leaving the house, then they were perfect for kind of lounging around the house in. Let's see. Evie says you could do fancy Fridays and dress up. My daughter said you could do sassy Sundays, lol. Yeah, I mean, this is, like, we'll see. If I ever get around to working up the courage to finish this suit, that could definitely be something that I try. Definitely be something that I try. Because like I said, I do like tailoring. My sister-in-law is in Kuala Lumpur at the moment visiting James, baby bother. And I've tasked her with finding me some shot turquoise and green peacock coloured silk dupioni, so I can make that trouser suit, the Dolce & Gabbana trouser suit that I want to try and recreate, the 3-piece suit with the crop jacket, the crop trousers and the waistcoat. And I have no idea where I'd wear those things, but I really want to try making them. So yeah, Nia has been, Big Bird has been tasked with looking out for the fabric. Because when I was looking on the Gold Hawk Road, we found it was the perfect colour, but it was polyester and it wasn't enough weight. Now, I mean, dupioni is obviously a lightweight. It's a stiffer silk, but it's not like a thick silk. And it would all need to be interlined and interfaced, and But yeah, I couldn't find the perfect colour of dupioni that I wanted. I have seen it online in Etsy, so if it comes to it, I can get it. I was just hoping to buy it on the Gold Hawk Road. And as I say, Big Bird is out in the land of awesome fabrics, so I shall get her to have a look for me, see if she can find anything. If she can, brilliant. If not, then I shall buy it from Etsy. I've been spoiled by mum being in Saudi Arabia and the silk dupioni out there being available in the supermarket, like actually the supermarket, and £8 per metre. So yeah, thoroughly spoiled. Okay, that needs to be pinking sheared before it can be pressed. Let's see. Where did I get to? Oh, I read that one. Jennifer says to Awkward Evie, that's a good idea. I do make sure my makeup and hair is on point, so if I do a Zoom call, I look professional. Also the blazer for a touch of class. Nice. Natalie says to Vanessa, are you in Canada? You make me check outside to see if we got snow in Toronto last night. Lol, we didn't, yay. Jennifer says to Sarah, yay, I love an awesome pattern. Vanessa says to Natalie, yes, in northwestern Ontario. Nimoy says, the library where I work is super relaxed about dress code. Former deputy head was often in nerdy physics t-shirts. It's pretty much personal style for everyone. It means I can do skirt and petticoat. Nice. Ruby says, dear Kitnish, I just saw your channel. You have a great fashion sense and look like a great tailor. Oh, thank you. What is the garment that you felt difficult to tailor, and what is your most favourite garment to wear? The one that I would think I spent the most effort on are the coats, like the green velvet coat that I made not last December but the December before, and then the 2 Gertie coats. They were definitely like the most involved makes. I didn't find them difficult, just time consuming. My favourite garment to wear is a viscose dress or a scuba dress, depending on the time of year. Rachel Lynn says, we have Mood Fabrics opening up less than an hour away from me. I'm excited. Oh, that is very exciting. Very exciting indeed. And Jennifer says, welcome to Ruby. Right, let's get my next princess seam sewn. Always fun when you've got such a giant curve in a princess seam. We'll get there though. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. Definitely concentration face at the moment because I do not want to sew any puckers into these seams, because unpicking this silk is not going to be fun if I have to do it. Please don't let that be a pucker. What did I just say? What did I just say? There we go. Readjust. Where did I get to with the chat? Jennifer says to Ruby, if you're on Facebook, we have a Kittenish Behaviour Facebook group. Please join us. There is a link in the description of each video. There is indeed. Eli says to Rachel Lynn, where is the Mood Fabric opening? South Florida from Liz. Jennifer says you will have to answer 3 questions to join the Facebook group. Rachel Lynn says it's opening in Miami. I sent you a links Insta message about it. We should meet when it's open later this month. I am jealous. I'm very jealous. Anthony says, Sean, I have to take my hat off to you. I filmed my contribution to the So Frugal Challenge yesterday. The editing took ages. Don't know how you do it day in, day out. Yeah, the editing I think is my least favorite part of my job, but I do enjoy it. I do enjoy it, and I do think I've kind of found a bit of a rhythm with my editing style, which helps. But yeah, it is not the most fun thing. Jennifer says to Rachel Lynn, so lucky, and I'm jealous, or jelly. Julian's here. Hey. Hi, Julian. How are you, my love? Let's see. Dropping thread on the floor. This is not good. There we go. Go. Next princess scene. Rachel Lynn says to Jennifer, if you want to join us, we'd be happy to have you. Peeps trip to Florida. I've always wanted to go to Miami. Ruby says, do you design and stitch the garment? If so, in a day, how many garments you stitch in a day? I think the most I've ever done is like 5, but it's these scuba dresses and they were pre-cut out. So yeah, I tend to batch cut and then sort of like sew my pile of projects. I like doing it that way. My sewing room has to be changed from sewing configuration to cutting configuration because there isn't quite enough room for everything to be as fully spaced out as it needs to be. So my sewing desk folds away, which is great, and means that I can get the cutting table out, sorry. And I have to say the best thing that we did in this new sewing studio is this giant cutting table. Like, I know it takes up so much room, but oh my goodness, I absolutely love it. Definitely worth it. And it's not even fully finished yet. Not even fully finished. Still needs its proper top putting on, which apparently Dad and Paul were going to try and do today, but I'm in here chatting to you lot. Nearly finished with the bits that I have pinned together. So that will need to be pinked as well. So will this piece. Where did I get to with the chat? Let's see. Jennifer says, haha, I'd love to fly to Florida from Texas. Haha, I'd have to fly from Florida to Texas, Florida from Texas. Rachel Lynn says, at the moment, I don't have a guest room per se yet, but I have multiple air mattresses. We're going to have a whole bunch of peeps camped out in your front room on air mattresses. Eli says, we used to have a Vogue fabric in Plantation, Florida years ago. Beautiful fabrics. Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, I'm missing not being at the Stitch Festival. I would love to have gone because I really want to see Em Rosenberg in person. And also Dibs from Selvages and Bolts is there. This is her first show. She's sharing a stand with Trend Patterns, who I also love. And yeah, but couldn't stay in London any longer. And I had already spent all of my fabric budget on the Gold Walk Road. Maybe if that Stitch Fabrics and Rosenberg silk is still there after the retreat, I will treat myself as a reward for the retreat going well, because it is going to go well. They always go well. They are awesome. Around these curves. My bobbin thread is at 20%. It's warning me. Ruby says, I was a merchandiser for brands like Diesel, Old Navy, Timberland. I always thought to learn to tailor, but never did. I think I found a wonderful woman from you. I can learn to tailor. I don't know about learning to tailor because I am no expert. But I can definitely help you learn the basics of sewing. Well, at least I hope I can. Okay. Just sewing up the center back seam. Okay, so now that I have got my centre back seam of both the outer and the lining done, I can now pin on the back princess pieces. So I'll get those pinned on and sewn. Then I'm going to clip my princess seams with my pinking shears to kind of notch those seams and help them to kind of like release and fit over the curves nicely. And then everything will need to be pressed. Then I can start stitching together shoulder seams. Oh, no, I need to put on the welt pockets to the front pieces, and then I can start stitching the shoulder seams. Mustn't forget to put my welt pockets on. Or my faux welt pockets, because they actually don't actually function. They're just decorative. But I do like how they look. Jennifer says to Rachel Lynn, I'm high maintenance. I'd meet you at Mood. I'm EDS. My EDS requires a full bed, but thank you for the offer. We definitely meet up for lunch. I've been to Mood in New York City. And Jennifer said, Rachel Lynn says, works for me. Not sure where that last miscellaneous comment came from. And Yvonne says, just at the hangout chat, bit behind. Have to say, I'm gutted not be able to go. Oh, and Yvonne's message has gone whilst I was reading it. Megan says to Jennifer, I went to visit my mum in Manhattan, could not wait to get to Mood. I had a huge panic attack looking at all of those piles and bolts. It was so embarrassing, but fun once I calmed down and breathed in the restroom. I have heard it can be very overwhelming. Very overwhelming indeed, and you need to go with like a plan, because otherwise you can get too overwhelmed and not buy anything. I am fully intending to get to New York at some point. Ruby says, to wear a dress, what do you think is important? Is it body structure or the confidence of a woman wearing the garment? Yeah, no, completely confidence of the person wearing it. If you feel confident in your clothes, you're going to look fantastic in your clothes. And you can, somebody can have the most amazing figure physique and whatever, but if they don't feel comfortable in what they're wearing, that's going to show. And you have to feel confident and comfortable in your clothes. So wear what do you like and what makes you feel fabulous. Yeah, that's my advice. I am going to have to go to the dentist. My tongue is really sore. Ashley says, joining from my sick bed today, need a pick me up, lol. Oh, you poor thing. I hope you get better soon. Welcome. It's nice to see you, and I'm sorry you're sick. Carol says, and you have a personal fabric tour guide when you get to New York. Oh, I know, Carol. I'm so taking you up on that. So taking you up on that. Oh, you've got to love slippery silk. It will be worth it when it's done. Yvonne says, just at the sewing retreat chat, a bit behind, gutted to not be able to go. Next one maybe. By the way, love the dress and top on you. Thank you. There will be more sewing retreats. I very much enjoy putting them together and actually hosting them and seeing some of you guys in person. So I really enjoy doing them. So they're not going anywhere. There will be many more. Liz says, when I went to Mood in New York, I had a shopping list. I went for specific fabrics and couldn't find in Australia. Nice. Cynthia says, maybe you covered this, but did your mum knit your little sweater? It's cute. She did indeed. It's the Vian cardigan from Andy Satterland. Nimoy says, Marilyn Monroe is a potato sack, albeit nicely fitted one, is the best proof for the impact of confidence. Marilyn Monroe in a potato sack. Read that, yeah. Rumby's here. Hello, Sean. Hello, Peeps. Long time no chat. How are you, my lovely? Just tidying up while I listen. It's very nice to see you. I shall say to Mum that you were here. Jennifer says to Megan, that's awesome. And she also says hi to Rumby. Anthea says, I hate unpicking. Why is the majority of unpicking I seem to do is because something has been caught under my stitching line. Grr, so annoying. Oh, yeah, I hate that. Ruby says, are you an expert in tailoring men's garments or women's garments? Neither. I am not an expert in anything. I am an enthusiastic amateur, except I do... Ow, just stabbed myself with a pin. Oh, I'm not bleeding, am I? Please don't bleed on the silk. No, it's fine. Yeah, I'm not an expert on either. I don't sew men's clothing. I don't think I've ever sewn anything for men's clothing, actually, thinking about it. No, I don't think I have. Excuse me. I have completely caught up with the chat. That very rarely happens, usually because I'm waffling so much. Come on, Silk. Stop misbehaving. It's trying to get out of alignment. And I shan't let it, because no. Behave yourself. Do as you are told. Okay. Nimue says, you've sewn new sleeves for Wilson's jacket. That's not nothing. This is true. I did add sleeves to a men's jacket. This is true. And 600 Mum says, didn't you make a shirt for your dad? No, Mum makes all the shirts for Papa. I have never made a men's shirt. Mum's perfected the pattern, so I totally could make a shirt for Dad because I would just have to follow the pattern. Although Mum does do some things in her own unique way, so it could be interesting. Kelly says, was there anything that made you feel better when you had COVID? I'm on day 3 and feeling crappy. Yeah, eating whatever I wanted to. Which basically meant a lot of carbs. I had sushi as well, which was really nice. Although they all made me really sleepy afterwards, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I was also taking the Lemsip or like night nurse cold and flu stuff, and that really helped me. Like I could tell when it started to wear off. It was like counting down until I was allowed to take the next dose. But as I say, I had quite a mild version of it. There was nothing I could do about the cold, the hot sweats and the cold shivers. That was just kind of like layer up as much as possible and kind of just get through it. And that was definitely the flu side of things. But yeah, and just rest, lots of rest. I watched a lot of Supernatural and to take my mind off of it. So yeah, I hope you get better quickly. Ruby says, yes, greetings to your mum, indeed. I shall let her know. Ruby was mum's pattern swap partner. Again, quite a few years back now, wasn't it? You sent her the answer top and that Vogue pattern, which was gorgeous. Oh, and the fabric, which was above and beyond and very spoiled. Natalie says, I'm sitting at my sewing machine, unable to do anything. My Jonah's cat bed is beside me, and we've had to let him go yesterday. Aggressive, inoperable cancer. Oh, I'm so sorry, Natalie. So sorry. There is that's one of the worst things. I'm so sorry. Alison says to Kelly, take a zinc supplement to help with your immune system to overcome it. And Rumby says to Natalie, sorry to hear that. And Rachel says, I'm so sorry. Hugs to Natalie as well. Yeah. There is nothing worse than losing a pet. I'm so sorry. Thank you for coming in, hanging out with us, and hopefully we're distracting you a little bit. Right. So I need to pin the last 2 princess panels on. There is notches in this one. And this one. Okay. Crafty Magpie sending hugs to Natalie. Kelly says thank you. Wasn't too bad yesterday and finished my Celine. Posted in the swoon group. Ooh, nice. I'm part of that group. I will have a look. Laurel says, Natalie, I'm so sorry. Nimue says, I'm sorry for your loss, Natalie. Oh, breaks my heart. Oh, pretty tits. Jennifer says, Natalie, I'm so sorry for your loss. And Sarah says, I'm so sorry to Natalie as well. Ruby's asking, what outfit do I love to wear and what I feel comfortable in? As I said, I think scuba dresses in the winter, long-sleeved dresses in the winter, and then in the summer months or the warmer months, viscose dresses, cotton lawn dresses. I almost put a cotton lawn dress on today, but then I thought, you know what? Because I got this necklace to go with these earrings, so I wanted to wear something blue. So I put on my blue dress. Whoopsie. Yeah. My sisters are making a bid for freedom. Freedom. There we go. There we go. Alison says, Natalie, my sincerest sympathies to you, the passing of your beloved fur baby. Kelly says, it's such a wrench when you lose a fur baby. They have such an impact on your life. Oh gosh, don't they just? Natalie says, thank you all. It happened so fast. I'm still in shock. Oh, you poor thing. Carolyn says, you sew for Wilson. I have made him sleeves. You are correct. This is true. That is the only men's sewing that I've done, though. Megan says, I'm so sorry, Natalie. I lost my soulmate last May and still miss her every day. It was helped me to keep her things around. I wish I could send you comfort. You guys. You guys are so lovely. Ruby says that I look good in blue and that she likes the dress on me, but not with but it would look if you was not wearing the yellow cardigan. It's too cold not to wear a cardigan, and I like this one. Right, let's get these last little princess seams sewn. Then I can start trimming everything, then pressing everything, then welt pockets, then shoulder seams, then attaching the outer to the inner, then side seams, then buttonholes and buttons. So, you know, only a little bit left to do. 3 hours and 12 minutes in. Definitely not going to get this finished today. At least not in the live hangout. It's been very nice catching up with you guys and chatting, though. I have very much been enjoying it. Because it's been like 4 weeks since we did a live hangout. Jennifer says, I'm actually getting a tattoo next weekend, and part of it will honour the cats that have passed. Oh, that's lovely. And Nimue says to Jennifer, that's a lovely idea as well. %. On my bobbin. 12%. Noelia says, that's a lovely idea, Jennifer. Natalie, I'm really sorry about your cat baby. Kathleen says, I must have missed it, but what was the waistcoat pattern you were sewing? Maybe I have it. It is the McCalls 5193. It's a 4-piece suit pattern that I got from Daisy May during one of the pattern swaps. Oh, itchy nose. Let's see. Ruby says, do you go live every day? If so, what time do you go live every day? It's really great to see you and your lovely work. No, every Sunday. Sunday at midday. British, either GMT or British summertime, depending on what time of the year we're in, obviously. Danny says, so sorry to Natalie. Donna says, hello, I was wondering if anyone can suggest a good make of sewing snips. I've tried various brands and can't find a pair that has a sharp cut right to the end at the point. Kai N5135L19. I bought them because all of my other ones went dull at the point, and these are sharp right up to the point. I know these are little mini embroidery scissors, not snips, but yeah, highly recommend those. Noelia says, Sean, totally unrelated question, but you are still using the bracelet traffic light system? Yes, I am. Although I forgot to put it on today, and if I did, it would be a yellow day. I forgot to take them with me to London. But I have been using it, and I think Mum finds it helpful. Okay, nearly done. %, still on the bobbin, apparently. Right, so I'm just going to go and grab my pinking shears. Kathleen says, oh goody, I do have it. Excellent, it's a really good one. Ruby says, are you working currently in your office or at home? This is my office, which is in my back garden. It is separate to the main house. Donna says, thank you so much. Thank you, Sean, much appreciated. You are very welcome. Highly recommend all of the Kai scissors that I've got. So, yes. Noelia says, so yellow day means not too bad, but could be better. Yes, exactly. A green day, I mean, I'm always in pain every single day. I haven't had a pain-free day since the 3 weeks after I had my wisdom teeth taken out this time last year. And yeah, and then previously for 5 years. So I'm never pain-free, unfortunately, which would be really nice. So if I wear a green one, it's like it's a minimum pain levels. But yellow is exactly that. Means not too bad, but could be better. Definitely. Jennifer says to Ruby, she has a sewing studio at the house. I do indeed. Right, I'm going to turn the iron on, although what's the betting that I will chat so much that I have to turn it on again in a minute. But I'm getting my pinking shears. To trim the seams, because this will help to notch them so that they lie flatter around the curves, which we want. These are the Kai N535017D pinking shears, by the way. And again, they were a present from the very lovely KK. And oh my goodness. Love these things. So trimming down the seam allowance on all of my princess seams. I'm really glad that I interfaced it with this interfacing. It's given it a really nice body to this fabric because it's quite a floopy fabric. Floopy is a technical term. So, yeah. Ruby says, I would like to ask one personal question with your permission. You can ask it. It doesn't mean to say that I will answer. Depends how personal. Anthea says, nothing. Anthea, what happened to your comment? Kathleen says, so do you prefer pinking the curves instead of clipping into the seam line? I do both. I do think that this method really, really works really well. But I do also clip into curves on especially around necklines. I tend to clip the curves on necklines. Okay, so that is now completely ready for pressing. And again, might need to even lint roller this to make sure that I don't end up with any of those little offcuts from my interfacing getting on them. Andia says, oops, sorry, my fingers bumped the keys. Tried to move the keyboard and then bumped the keys instead. Ruby says, are you married? How many members in your family? Do you do this for family business or your passion for the garments? Technically, I am married. I have been for 16 years. I live with my mum and dad, and I have a younger brother who lives in Kuala Lumpur. And this is my business. It's not a family business. It's just my business. So, yeah. Anthea says, I was taught at college not to clip curves at all. It works better than one would think, but it does mean that you have to press it extremely well. That is interesting. Like, I suppose you don't want to weaken the seam. If you clip too close, you can totally weaken the seam, can't you? Like, I find these press better when the seam allowance has been trimmed down, and that's another reason I particularly like using my pinking shears to do this. Yeah. Interesting. So this is what I mean when I say I've got no formal training, because like Anthea, like she's saying, is like she was taught not to clip the curves, and this is all stuff that I've picked up online and through trial and error and what works best for me. And again, like if you get the end result that you want, then whatever you do to get to that point, it's fine. Alison says, according to the Islander sewing, you do not clip out triangles out to the seam as it weakens it. I suppose it also depends how much tension the seam's going to get put under. Like princess seams do tend to have quite a lot of sort of like, they are structural seams, aren't they? Because you're using a princess seam to get closer fit. I don't know. It's always been something that has been that you clip into things to release the tension on them so that they press. Very interesting. Okay, so that's the back lining done. Just keep resetting the iron when I go over there. So we've got the little welt and welt, but these now need to be clipped as well. Let's see. Anthea says that was exactly the reason given by the instructor. Also, it was the theatre costume that you don't want weak seams on a costume that have actors moving a lot in it. Yeah, that would be bad. Jennifer says to Alison, I was taught the same thing. Nimoy says, well, the raw edges of a new woven fabric are overlooked to start the laundry marathon. Laundrathon later. Now to decide what to actually sew today. Means cutting out though. Something simple? Judith says, I had a disaster clipping the curve, inserting a sleeve on a dress last week and ended up with a V-shape cut out of the sleeve. Yeah, I've done that. Fabric was bird print, so I embroidered a blue swallow to hide it. I saw that. I did see that, and I thought that was a very intelligent rescue of that project. I did it on a it was like a gingham fabric from Minerva, and it was see-through and shiny satin turquoise blue squares, giant gingham, and I just clipped a V into it, and there was no rescuing. I mean, the whole thing was going badly anyway, so I kind of just threw it away into the stuffing, dog bed stuffing, because it was just like, oh, I hate you. You are bad. Yeah. Judy says, visible mend win. Yeah, it was really cool. Ruby says, which design tool do you use to cut your garments out? Do you use manual or automatic cutting? I use sewing patterns, and I cut out with scissors by hand. I'm not sure if that is the correct answer to what you're asking. Kathleen says, what about grading seams? And will pressing without clipping the curves make the seam lie properly? Well, Anthea is saying as long as you like press it really thoroughly, that you can get it there. I mean, I don't know. This is an interesting topic. Yeah, I grade seams as well around bulky areas. Again, particularly necklines. I mean, realistically, I am trimming down the seam allowance around this princess seam with a pinking shears, but then I'm not getting the valley of the shear really close to the seam, which I probably, if I was snipping into these curves, would probably have snipped in a little bit closer than I'm getting with these. Interesting topic. I keep going and putting things over there so I can just reset the iron so that the iron doesn't time out again. Nimue says to Judith, that sounds like a great save. It was. It looks awesome. Alison says to Jennifer, the Islander system is worth checking out. They show you how to sew like a professional. Ooh. Asley says to Judith, that's genius. Natalie says, thank you all for your kind words. I'm going to do some cutting out instead. Good plan, Natalie. You listen to us waffle in the background. Jennifer says to Alison, she will check it out. Laurel says to Judith, I had something similar happen when printing an allowance of a dress sleeve. It was a tiny snip, so patch of iron-on interfacing solved it. You guys are making me nervous. I don't want to mess this up. Asley says to Natalie, sorry for your loss. Rachel then says, I've cut the pattern out for this waistcoat, and now I want to cut out this fabric, but the fabric has a horizontal stripe. Do I pattern match with the princess sleeves, or do it out of jeans? Princess seams and stripes are really difficult to match up. Not sure what I would suggest. Does anyone else have any ideas? Anthea says, I do grade seams if it's going to be too bulky, but it still has a straight line and not cutting into the seams. Also, pressing should be done over a tailor's ham to get good results. Definitely. Yeah, there's tailor's hams are definitely one of those tools that is something that you should, if you're starting sewing and getting into sewing, you should definitely invest in. There's loads of tutorials for making your own as well if you want to, because once you start putting in the curves and like contours that the human body has, pressing it flat is just not going to cut it. You need to be able to press over a curve to really get the seam to look great. Definitely, highly agree with that, Anthea. Two more to go. Then we're back to pressing. The girl on Instagram that I was talking about, Shirin Atra, can never remember her last name, but she wears, as I say, lots of kind of plain clothes, not very many patterns, but she wears like dresses with waistcoats over them with then a belt over the top, and I love how that looks, because you guys know how I feel about belts. I get so many people telling me I don't need to wear a belt with everything, but you know what? I like them. So yeah, I really like that particular look. So I can see myself, if I get this finished today, wearing it tomorrow with that navy blue shirt dress with the giant sleeves, because it does have some of this colour in it, with a belt over the top. And then I'm getting loads of comments just saying, you don't need to do that. I'm like, yeah, I know, but I like it. I do like a good belt. I have been looking at perhaps getting a secondhand Gucci belt with the double G's, one of the Marmot collection, because I just absolutely love how it looks. And I'm not really like massively into designer stuff. I think if I had the money, then I would probably buy designer handbags, and I would definitely buy designer shoes. But like, I'd never really kind of thought about a designer belt before. But I've seen like a whole bunch of stuff on Pinterest, and it was just like, oh, they look amazing. Right, so we have to unplug you again and bring you over, because we've got a lot of pressing to do. So let's go do some pressing. I also need some more water for my iron, so it's just steamy. So sit you there for a second. I'm going to go get some more water. Okie dokie. I get so many people ask what iron I've got, but I don't like it, so I don't. It's like, no, don't get this one. Okay, my little welts. Right, let's get these pressed. Where did I get to with the chat? Alison says to Jennifer, one method you will learn is to not use pins as much as you normally do. They also teach you to make the most of the feed dogs on your machine. Yeah. See, I know some people would have sewn the pieces that I've just sewn in the opposite direction, so that they had the bit that has more fabric in it to kind of feed in with that bit on where the feed dogs are. And I don't like doing it that way because I feel that I have more control if I have it so that I can see what, like the bit that's got the excess fabric in, so that I can manipulate it so that it goes all in flat. If I try and sew it the other way up, then I end up with puckers. But then, like I say, like you're saying, loads of people recommend you actually do it the other way around because the feed dogs will take up that excess fabric and help distribute it correctly. But again, it's one of those things that, like, if you find something that works for you, as long as you end up with the result that you want, then it doesn't matter how you get there. Oh, as long as you're enjoying the process, obviously. Rachel Lynn says, I think I'm going with jeans. Have a bunch of old jeans to play with. Sounds like fun. Yes, that's my welts. Okay, definitely going to need my tailor's ham in a second. I'm going to do those bits in a minute though. Let's get centre back seam pressed open. Danny says, my fabrics are relocated in the Calyx. Thanks so much for the company. I'll have to catch up on the rest later as I'm off to walk Gruff. No worries. Thank you for joining us, Danny. It was nice to see you. Alison says, wouldn't bother making a tailor's ham as you have to source sawdust that hasn't been treated with chemicals. It's so much easier to buy one and they aren't all that expensive. Oh, totally. But some people don't like the aesthetics of the ones that are available and prefer to make their own. So, yeah. Okay, so we have a stripy back panel. Yeah. Anthony says, also, for slightly bulky seam that can't be graded, you can use a clapper. Indeed. It's not at all lots of people will have seen in use. Use a clapper to bash the seam flatter before pressing well. Yeah. Go. Kathleen says, well, time to stop sitting and watching and take you with me while I cut out a bag to match the wrap skirt I finished yesterday. Ooh, nice. Farian says, hi all from a very, very hot Cape Town. It's now 32 degrees Celsius and it's 5:30 in the afternoon. Wow. That is warm. I loved Cape Town. Absolutely loved Cape Town. Okay. Love, love, love. Definitely want to go back to Cape Town. I haven't been there in years, actually. I went when I was 27. So that was a while ago. 16 years ago, coincidentally. Let's see. Johanna says, just went for a long walk and you're still here. How's the progress on the vest? All the pieces are sewn together. Just pressing everything now. Then I can sew on the welt pockets. And then I can start actually constructing the finished article. Yeah, I'm just pressing everything at the moment. Lots of pressing. Okay. Natalie says, I don't trust my feed dogs, but my machine is low-end Singer from the early 80s. Not great in lots of ways. Yeah, for that sort of thing, I want to be able to see what I'm doing so I get nice flat seams like that. So, back and counter done. Right. Now, we need the ham. Because we're going to be pressing curves. Okay. Jennifer says to Natalie, unfortunate, my machine has an auto dual feed, but it's a really nice machine. Yeah, I love my dual feed. It was Lauren who shouted and shouted at me to put it down, and it was like, why have I not done this before? I'm steaming up my own glasses. Fun times. The joys of being a glasses wearer. Steam iron. Okay. Amber says, I bought a tailor's hem and expected it to have sawdust in it, and then it didn't. It was super disappointed because I could have made the same thing with my scraps. That's weird. Where did you get it from? My glasses just keep steaming up. Okay. Let's see. Where did I get to with the chat? Anthea says to Theron, hello, my fellow Safa. Hearing about the heat, I'm kind of glad I live in Scotland now. Yeah, I've got to admit, I would be very happy with the 32-degree heat. I would not be wearing this outfit for sure. You're right at the end of your summer, aren't you? Let's see. 600 Mom says, hi Ruby, this is Staz. Wear something comfortable to fit the occasion, drinks or dinner. If you're not comfortable, you can't focus on the person that you're with and you might miss something important. That's very good advice for a first date outfit. I think that's very good advice for clothing in general. Just wear what you're comfortable in. Like, I tend to be more comfortable, like, thoroughly overdressed. And I am generally thoroughly overdressed for everything that I do, but I feel more comfortable that way. So that's what I will wear and what I will enjoy wearing. Right, let's get you plugged back in just in case your battery dies, because that would not be good. Do not want. So again, sorry if you're feeling seasick. Okay. Right, so I'm going to need my water pockets and my chalk pencil and my front pattern pieces. So let's keep those out. Put everything else to the side. There we go. So I need to line up my pattern piece to mark on my welt pocket placement. Okay. To the other side. I absolutely love this mechanical chalk pencil. Rachel bought this to the first retreat and it is awesome. Totally awesome. Okay. Mark on the placement of my other part of the welt pocket. Okay. And so the trim off the excess threads. Okay. And then I need to draw a line 3/8 of an inch up, because that is where, so that's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm going to draw a line there, and that's where my raw edge is going to meet up, because just trimmed everything off on top of my pattern piece. That was silly, but never mind. So yeah, 3/8 of an inch. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So yeah, this is a 3/8 of an inch stitching or seam allowance on here. So I need to put this in so that my raw edge meets up with that line that I've just drawn, which helps me get everything in nice and flatly. And that is the large circle. And the large circle is at the front, so it goes in that way. I'll just trim all my excess off of this one as well. Trim, trim, trim. Then we can put that into place. Oh, itchy nose, excuse me. I'm going to pin that into place. And then the same on this side. Everything lying nice and flatly. And now I can stitch them on. I can put my pattern pieces away now that I've used, because there's small circles and large circles, so I keep these pattern pieces out so that I can remember which way around it goes, so that I don't have to get the sewing instructions out, because I've made quite a few of these now. So that could go there. So let's catch up with the chat. Oh, been doing all that with you pointing up in the air, haven't I? Sorry. There we go. That's better. Well, slightly. Oh, that was my elbow. Not my funny bone, though, thank goodness. Right. Where did we get to? Natalie says a closet historian keeps using her hand instead of the clapper, and it's right beside her. It makes me laugh every time. I know. I think this isn't a criticism or like anything, but I think it's because she didn't buy it herself. It was sent to her as a gift, and it's one of those things that she clearly didn't think that she like needed, and somebody thought, you know, this is going to be great for you. You should have this, which was wonderful of them and really, really sweet of them. But it's not something that she's in her head thought, I need this thing. So when she does the thing, she doesn't think to pick the gift up. Does that make sense? That's kind of how I think of it in my head. Ashley says, I think I'm going to try and make one because they are pricey over here for some reason. Tailor's ham. Some bag makers use the tool for leather instead of the clapper. Can't remember the name of it at the moment. Oh, interesting. Farron says, if you visit Cape Town again, I would be happy to host you. Oh, thank you. Ruby says, from your point of view, which garments is meant for romantic appeal for men and which garments impress women at first sight? I don't think that you should be dressing to impress anybody else. I think you need to dress to impress yourself. If you dress to impress yourself, then you can't go wrong. So I would dress appropriately for the occasion that I was going to, but I wouldn't dress to impress the person that I was going to see. I would dress to make sure that I was comfortable and felt good about myself. Farron says, we will visit every fabric shop. Ooh, exciting. Johanna says, is that neon yellow faux fur behind you? Looks awesome. It's actually lime green, and it's a throw I got from TK Maxx, and I'm going to use it to line a coat. Carolyn says, Sean, what type of fabric is your stripy lining? It is silk. It is very fancy silk that I got from Selvage and Bolt. She only had like a 1.5 meter cut left of it. I think I got it for £22. And I've used it for the lining of the Sorrento jacket, the green one, the sleeves. And then I bought initially on the website it said that there was only 50 centimeters of it. So I bought it for this particular waistcoat. But then when I got there was more than 50 centimeters. So I bought what she had left. Sarah says, okay, I finished 13 projects since I last bought fabric. Well, that's not true. I bought 3 fabrics since then, just 3. So can I buy these 5 fabrics in my cart on Style Maker, right? Yeah, totally. I mean, obviously, totally. Go for it. Elena says, hi, Shiny Peeps. Super late today. Missed you all a lot. Welcome, Elena. Thank you for joining us. That's better late than never. Ashley says, okay, new generation make me feel I'm underdressed in my skirts while they are wearing athleisure. How is that possible? Oh, wow. Yeah. Jennifer says, yep, only dress for you. And Paula's here. Good afternoon, Sean and Peeps. Hi, Paula. Paula's coming to the retreat as well. Can't wait to meet you in real life. Oh, it's so exciting. So exciting. Are you planning on a fancy outfit for the gala dinner, Paula? What have you got planned if you are? Inquiring minds want to know. Nimue says she's going to be as shiny as me, which is awesome. Okay. So sewing this 3/8 of an inch. Keeping the raw edge against the chalk line that I marked on. Okay, first one done. Let's get the second one done. We're at 10% on the bobbin. Proper concentration face going on there. Still at 10% on my bobbin. Okay, so I'm going to cut off the excess threads. Okay. Paula says, I'm so excited. In the middle of trying to make a skirt, we'll probably wear a dress I wore to Big Brother. To Big Brother? Okay. So that needs to get folded up like that. So I need to trim off the excess. And I'm going to do it this way up so that I don't trim the wrong thing, because that would be bad. And okie dokie. So still got 10% of my bobbin. So I'm going to risk my top stitching. With the 10% bobbins. So number 5 foot. Over you go. Okay. Now, these need pressing, so let me go and do that. I need to turn the iron on again. There's only a quick pressing session this time around. Ruby says, do you do embroidery work? What do you think about putting embroidery on a bikini? Don't think anyone has thought about putting embroidery for undergarments. I have an embroidery unit that goes on this machine. I haven't tried embroidering a knit fabric, and I'm not sure that I would. I think it would look really pretty, but it's definitely not a skill that I have. Paula says the Big Brother chat show. Oh, okay, cool. Yes, I think you guys saw from my Gold Hawk Road fabric haul. I am making a very shiny dress. My inner magpie is very happy. Right, I'm just going to go press these. And I am using my clapper. There's one. And Okay. Okay, so now I can top stitch my little welts into place. Jojo says, "Ooh, blimey, totally forgot about the gala night outfit. It's good. It's a good, blimey though. I love making fancy things and haven't had had cause to since the last retreat. Lol. Might even get my legs out this time. Woohoo! Yeah, don't forget PJs as well. You get to do fancy PJs." So one side done. Other side done. Okie dokie. Trimmed up all my threads. So we got one little pocket. Let's get to 2 little pockets. Ooh, less than 8% of my bobbin left now. This could be risky. But I am going to risk it. See if I can do both of these welt pockets. Come on, you can do it. I think, yay! My welt pockets are done. Well, they're not welt pockets. They're little faux welts to look like welt pockets. So, with all finished fronts. Now, my bobbin says it's at less than 8%, so oh yeah, no, I was fine. Let's wind a new bobbin though, shall we? There we go. Rumby says, so many interesting discussions. The curve tipping always felt counterintuitive. I will say though that pinking shears for the thing for the curves instead of notching, that mind blowing. That is a little genius. Yeah, I do it a lot for armhole curves and then necklines as well. Ruby says, what type of embroidery style do you think would be best to fit on a bikini from your point of view? It depends. I mean, like whatever you like. Like sort of like tigers could be really cool. Flowers, like I mean, just it really depends on your taste. Kate E says, hello, finally made it. Lovely to see you again. We'll have to catch up on the previous 4 hours during the weekend, but meantime, greetings all. Gosh, we've been going for 4 hours. We have. Hello. Jennifer says, I'm trying to decide what time I want to make dinner tonight and what I want to do for the rest of the day. I would suggest sewing, but then I always suggest sewing. Natalie says to Anthea, when does your So Frugal 22 video go up? I'm behind watching them all. Awesome that so many people are taking part indeed. Ruby says, your clothes outfits that you wear should be all about you. You have zero control, however anyone will feel about your outfit or how you look exactly. Jennifer says, looking awesome, Sean. Thank you, Jennifer. Paula says, have you seen the film Uncharted yet? Based on the Nathan Drake PlayStation game. Thought it might appeal to Wilson and you. I'm off to work to watch tonight. No, we haven't seen it yet. But it does sound like something I would like to watch. Okay, bobbin is loaded. Jennifer says to Paula, I saw Uncharted last night and I wasn't impressed, but because I have antiques love and cars being blown, because I have antique love and cars being blown made me cry. Oops, last week. All right, so let's put my regular foot back on. Dual feet down. Rethread the machine. Okay, so now we can sew together the shoulder seams. And so I've got my top stitching length back to construction length, needle back in center position, pick up my bobbin thread. Oops. Let's try that. There we go. Pick up my bobbin thread. Right, so now we can sew our pieces together. Anthea says to Natalie, my So Frugal video went up this morning, hence all the mad dash to film it yesterday and then all the editing. Really should do it earlier next time. Bree says, I have a question, Shine and Peeps. Have you purchased fabrics from Spoonflower? Are they similar to print or similar print to fabric places? Are they worth the money and do you recommend? I do actually have a sponsored video by Spoonflower and I have a, where are they? A small Spoonflower addiction. This is some of them. This is some of them. I have spent a lot of money on Spoonflower. I'll put these away and then I'll come and talk to you. If I can get them back in their little cubby hole. So I love Spoonflower. I am a huge Spoonflower super fan. Highly recommend, but you need to get the sample book of fabrics first from them and touch and feel the base cloths. All of that I've just shown you is the cotton silk blend, and they don't do that anymore. And I am devastated that they don't do it anymore because it is amazing. Their cotton drill is really, really good. I don't like their basic Kona. Sorry, no, I don't like their basic cotton at all. I have also got the polyester silk that I use to line a couple of coats, and I've still got some of that up there, which I love for lining coats. But I wouldn't make a item of clothing out of it that was going to be worn next to my skin. You, it is expensive. It is really expensive, and the range of bases that they offer is quite small in comparison to some other ones. I love everything that I've had from them. There's been a few that I bought samples of a print on a particular base and didn't like it, and then put that print on a different base and loved it. So do your research. It's definitely, because I think you're finding it difficult to find prints I like in Australia, and thought this might be an option to try, but it is expensive. It is really expensive, and it might actually be worth your while thinking about maybe shopping at somewhere like, we keep talking about Stitch Fabrics and Rosenberg. Depending on the types of prints you like, it might be worth shopping at somewhere that is, you're going to have it sent to you anyway. I don't obviously know about customs charges for your country. For the UK, as long as you keep the order under £135, there aren't any custom charges anymore. So I think it's one of those things that do your research ahead of time. Don't just order a print on a base because you think you're going to like it. Get the samples, get the whole sample book, and have a look at the different types of fabrics that they have. And they used to send them out plain white, or like the untreated or unprinted version. They now send it out with color dots printed on it, which I think is a much better idea, because different types of bases will take up the print differently. So some will look more vibrant, and especially the polyester ones seem to take the print much better than the natural fiber options. They tend to be a lot more muted on the natural fiber options. So that's something to bear in mind as well. But it is an expensive way to go. It is a really expensive way to go. I haven't bought anything from Spoonflower for a very long time because I already have a giant stash of it that I'm still trying to work out what to sew up, because I stupidly bought 3 yards of everything. This was back when I was making short dresses and was wearing short dresses, and 3 yards was fine. Now, not so much. So I have 3 yards of all of those silk prints, and I can't get extra of them because they don't do the cotton silk blend, which is really, really sad. So I would say it's, if you particularly want a print, do your research ahead of time. Have a look at other ones. There's Contrado. There's a couple in the UK. I'm sure there's probably something in Australia as well. But the downside of the smaller companies is that they don't tend to have the giant print range that Spoonflower has. So do your research and spend the money to do the research ahead of time, because it will save you a costly mistake. Because as I say, I have been disappointed with a couple of the cottons that I've had from them, but other things I absolutely love. So yes. And I've just seen that you said thank you, great advice. Awesome. You'll have to let us know how you get on with that. Kin Kali says, your ability to focus on sewing, monitor the chat, and keep talking is incredible. I don't know. I think one of them always slips a little bit at some point or another. Alison says, good night, Sean and Peeps. And the boss, aka Binks, tells me to go to bed. Stay safe and happy, everyone, and I will be back next week. Sean, give Gianna a cuddle from me. Binks sends purrs and headbutts. Good night, Alison. Thank you very much for joining us. It was lovely to see you. Sarah says, is there another YouTuber, okay if I give the channel name, who used to design prints fabric prints professionally, and she talked about how to get the best results from smooth fly. Yes, no, please share that. That would be an amazing resource. Thank you, Sarah. Alison says goodnight to, sorry, Jennifer says goodnight to Alison. Alison says goodnight to Jennifer. Alison says to Brie, check out Darn Cheap Fabrics. They have some gorgeous prints. I'm going now. Yes, Darn Cheap Fabrics in Australia. I've shipped over fabric from them. Oh, yeah. So I've had this one shipped over from Darn Cheap Fabrics in Australia. And then this was from Sems Fabrics, which is a print. They do the print on demand, but they kind of like take pre-orders so that they have a specific amount. Sems Fabrics in Australia, it's a Facebook group. I've got this one and another one, but that's from Australia as well. I mean, if you don't like florals, this is probably not the right one for you, but yeah, absolutely love Darn Cheap Fabrics. My cousin lives just outside of Brisbane. My mum's half Australian, so I have a lot of family in Australia. I actually think I have more relatives in Australia than I do in the UK. So I do think an ancestral visa is a possibility if I ever want to move there. But yeah, I had some stuff shipped to my cousin, and then she shipped it on to me, which was very sweet of her because they were offering free shipping within Australia. That was Darn Cheap Fabrics. So sewing my shoulder seams. Kara says Hawthorne Threads is a great fabric place in the US that prints their own. Ah, awesome. Blended Threads is also another one that does like Sems Fabrics. They do kind of like runs of a particular print and you pre-order and then they come in. Liz says also check out the Cloth Edit in Melbourne, have beautiful prints. Oh my gosh, yeah, the Cloth Edit. And she keeps tagging me in her fabrics and I'm just like, stop it, I want them all. Yeah, the Cloth Edit is a brilliant one. If you haven't seen those, Brie, again, if you like floral, I mean, I'm sure they do other things than florals, but they're the ones that florals and leafy ones are the ones that I particularly like. Yes, no, but thank you, Cloth Edit, of course. Thank you, Liz. Sarah says her name is Mariah Patty and the video is all about custom printed fabric. Really great resource. I love her channel. I love her channel so much. Her lookbooks where she kind of digitizes the lookbook. I love those videos. The Norse one she did with that fur collar. Oh my goodness. And her Patreon page, the top tier is that she'll digitize a wardrobe for you. And that's sold out at the moment, but I'm keeping my eye on it because I really want her to do that for me because I just think it's so cool. So cool. Brie says, thank you, Peeps. You're welcome, Brie. Let us know how you get on. Are you in the Facebook group, Brie? Because it's definitely a place to join and get all these kind of questions answered there as well. Laurel says, thanks for the info, Sarah. Ruby says, what is your thoughts about Indian sari? Do they have a lot of designs I think they have a lot of designs in their fabric. I think Indian saris are beautiful. I have a couple in my stash that I need to work out what I want to do with them to sew them up into garments because they are just absolutely stunning. Kara says they have their own designers as well. And Jennifer says, oh my gosh, just looked up the Cloth Edit, so pretty. Yeah, follow them on Instagram. But yeah, she keeps tagging me and Rachel or like in the comments, or one of us will tag the other one in the comments, and then she's like, yes, you need this. And it's like, stop it. Stop it. I have quite a lot of fabric all the way from Australia in my stash actually. I had the very lovely Claire smuggle some over for me from Spotlight. Yeah, there's quite a lot of Australian fabric in the stash. Okay, shoulder seams of my lining complete. Now they need to be pressed open. So that can go over to this side. Actually, I'll turn the iron on because by the time I've done the outer, the iron should be warm enough. Let's see. Where did I get to? Where did I go? Jennifer says I'm on a fabric diet. Oh, yeah, I'm trying to be good this year. I am trying to sew the stash rather than add to the stash. Although I did go nuts on the Gold Hawk Road and like buy 8 meters of fabrics and stuff, so you know. Bree says I'm not on Facebook, unfortunately or fortunately. Yeah, like I said earlier, like I kind of want to get rid of my personal Facebook page because I just don't use it and I don't like it and I don't enjoy it. But I need to have a personal Facebook page to continue having my business page. So it's staying for now. But if I do suddenly unfriend everybody on Facebook, it's not because I've unfriended you, it's because I'm literally closing down my personal one and just keeping it alive in the sense that like I can use it for my business page. So yeah, if you are friends with me on Facebook and I unfriend you, it's not because I hate you or I don't want to be friends with you anymore. It's because I'm closing down my personal one because I just don't enjoy using it. Okie dokie. Shoulder seams are pressed open. Now I can start pinning everything together. Fun times. So fun times. Let me see. Caroline says that piece of sari Debbie got on the Gold Hawk Road. Yeah, beautiful. So beautiful. Natalie says, I have some silk yarn made from silk reclaimed from saris, and it's so beautiful I can't knit with it. Lol. Oh, so pretty. I have one cardigan, the kind of like orangey one, made from the Debbie Bliss silk yarn, and oh my god, that thing is amazing. It's not remotely kind of sucky-any. It's just like, yeah, but it's actually a Vian cardigan, this cardigan. Yeah, that thing is beautiful. Liz says me too, but it doesn't stop me looking. Yeah, same. I had to really restrain myself from buying that silk yesterday. Caroline says fabric diets are the worst. Yeah, totally agree. Caroline says, sorry, Sir Dan is trying to help me type. Oh, bless him. See you, Dan. If I always say his name wrong, don't Bree says, I have been getting fabric from Nerida Hansen. They are beautiful. Is that the name of a designer? I think I know the prints that you're talking about. Nerida Hansen. Oh, they are pretty. Very pretty indeed. Yeah. Um, Lamazi Fabrics stock them quite frequently, and there's been a couple that I have been super tempted by that actually I didn't cave and get, but I kind of wish that I did. Caroline says, I want that dark green that you bought. I went back and got another 4 meters, so I've got 8 meters in total. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Caroline says, the only thing I use my personal Facebook for is talking to my cousins overseas. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that that's what I might do, is just, I don't know. Feels really mean to unfriend people, but I don't use it, and I don't know why I've got these such giant negative feelings about my personal Facebook at the moment, but I have, so I'm not sure. So if I do unfriend everybody, it's not because I'm unfriending you, it's just because I'm closing it down so that it's not there anymore. Ashley says, I keep Facebook page only to use my groups these days. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking that I want it for. I mean, it's just, I don't know. We shall see. I mean, obviously I don't have to post anything on there. And yeah, I've deleted, because the last couple of years have kind of very much underlined that some of the people that I had in my life I really shouldn't. They had wildly opposing views to me on quite a lot of things, and it was just like, oh, yeah, that's a bit no. And it can be quite a toxic place. But like I say, I the only thing that I really interact with on Facebook now is the sewing groups that I'm part of, and I am part of quite a few. I'm not very active on any of them apart from my own, but yeah. Noelia says, do you know you can unfollow people without unfriending them? I've started doing that recently, as I don't use Facebook other than for groups, including work ones. Yes, and you can also put people on your like close friends list and things like that, so that only people that you want to see certain posts will see them. And I've done that as well. Not that I post on Facebook pretty much anymore anyway. But yeah. Yeah. Natalie says, some of my Facebook friends are always posting about politics and it can't stand it. I haven't used Facebook since the beginning of the panini. Yeah. Yeah. The panini has definitely brought out some of the kind of like things in people that I was just like, I can't believe that you are a rational human being. I mean, other people might think the same about me as well. Like, I'm not saying that I'm perfect. I'm not in written any way trying to say that, but yeah, the panini has definitely been eye-opening for sure. Nimoy says, groups are really the best part of Facebook, though I've met a lot of nice people through good groups that I really don't mind having in my feed. Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe I'm probably overthinking it. In fact, I'm definitely overthinking it. Should probably just leave well enough alone. But I mean, the like, to be fair, the majority of people that I'm friends with are actually here today. So, you know, that's just why I'm saying it. Like, you know, just if I do decide to sort of shut it all down, it isn't anything for you personally. I just don't want it anymore. Jennifer says, I have a beautiful purple and gold sari that I don't know what to do with. Yeah. Mum bought me me and Nia beautiful ones that, again, they've been in my stash for a very long time because I just don't know what to do with it. Sarah says, it's safer for public figures not to have personal Facebook. Several years ago, I had someone dox me using Facebook info, which was fortunately out of date. Oh, gosh. Yeah, one of my best friends had a horrific experience, like lost her house, her job over a doxing thing that happened. It was over some of the Trump protest marches in London. I won't say any more than that because I don't want to, drag it up for her again and mention anything. But like, she lost her job, she lost her house, she lost everything. So yeah, people can be so cruel, so cruel. Nicole, says, hey all, just joined the stream. What are you doing today? I am attempting to make a waistcoat. And so far, it is going pretty well. Getting to the point where I am pinning everything together and my power cord is getting in the way. But it's fine. We shall persevere. Natalie says, in North America, wearing a sari, if you're not from that culture, would be considered cultural appropriation. But I think remaking the fabric into something else would be okay. I mean, that's another thing. Like I love the saris that I've got, and Mum bought them in India, so they knew they were selling them to somebody not from that culture. But I don't. Yeah, there's that as well. Jennifer says to Nicole, a waistcoat. Yes, that's what I am saying. Paula says, I can't believe how neat you are when sewing. I'm usually surrounded by chaos when I'm sewing. This is pretty standard for me, but it can be kind of chaotic if there's, this is a fairly small project that I'm working on. If it's one of my shirt dresses or one of the bigger projects, then there can be things everywhere. But Mum is a very neat and tidy person, so me being too chaotic would drive her up the wall, and this is her room as much as it's mine, so I do have to be mindful of that as well. Caroline says, I follow the old adage of not discussing religion or politics. Yeah. Yeah. I think everything's so fraught this day and age as well that it's just, yeah. Nicole says to Jennifer, thanks. Which one? The Lezon by Deer and Doe? No, I am sewing the 5193 waistcoat from McCalls. Still got to sew up the muslins for the Lezon trench coat. They're top of the pile. I should probably start on those tomorrow. I was going to do those today, but then I remembered that with the Deer and Doe Magnolia, I want to make a whole kind of standalone video about recreating the look, because that's the challenge, or one of the challenges that's up this month. So recreate the look, and I do want to make a video about it. So I shall. Okay, now I could pin the armholes at the same time, but there's already a lot of pins in here that are wanting to stab me. So I think I'll stop here and sew these into place and then do the armholes. I think that's a good plan. So. trying to make sure all my seam allowances are lying nice and flatly when I sew over them. Okay, so that is the bottom back seam done. So now I'm going to sew all around the front edge from side seam to finish that off, and then we can do a lot of clipping and trimming. Then we can sew the armholes and notch those with pinking shears, and then turn it all the way around and press. Where did I get to with the chat? Where did I get to with the chat? Rachel Lynn says, for the sari, have you thought of the by hand London free pattern? I think it's rectangles and shirring. The sari that I have is very stiff lace, so it needs to be an evening gown of some kind, and lots of crystals and embellishments, so it's going to be a lot of hand sewing as well. But for the more fluid ones, that would totally work, yeah. Anthea says, well, my trousers are coming together. However, I've had to fudge something because I made a minor error and had already trimmed the seams, so couldn't unpick. Oh, hope it all works out for you. Caroline says, I managed to avoid the dreaded C after the meetup, and this last week where Mark has had it and Sylvia has just tested positive, but I do have a stinking cold. Meh. Oh, you poor thing, Caroline. Sarah says, I have a dumb question for you. Could you show the folder you keep your patterns in a bit closer up? It closes the elastic right. Is there a pocket in there? Yeah, they're Elba top file folders that I get from Amazon, and I buy 50 at a time. You can see I've got my spare ones over here ready to go. They're expandable, like the sides have like creases in them, so you can make them up to like that thick. There you go. Yeah, so you can see you can make it really thick if you wanted to, which is great for some of the coat patterns and stuff. I get 50 for around 35 to 37 pounds. They have a million different colors, and they're usually around 50 to 60, sometimes even 70 pounds. So whenever you go on to the listing, look through all of the colors to see which one's the cheapest. And like I say, I will purchase them when they're 35 to 37 pounds. Although the lime green ones that I got back there, I found 50 of them for 15 pounds, and I thought there must be something wrong with them. So I bought one, and they arrived and they were perfect. I went back to purchase some more, and they'd gone up to 75 pounds. So yeah, but keep an eye out for them because you can get them for about 80p per thing if you kind of don't mind what colors you have. That's why I've got so many different colors. Ashley says, I think it relates to differences between diaspora and homeland. Touristic things are often, like you said, all tradition, or they're bastardized versions sold to tourists. Yeah. Anthea says, I only use Facebook now to repost funny stuff and for groups. I've also had to unfriend several people recently due to their views being vastly different from mine. Yeah. Melissa says, my dad's Indian, my mum white, wore a sari for their wedding. All the family loved it. They love when English people show an interest in their native clothing and want to wear it to special occasions. Awesome. Anthea says, I discovered that an old friend from school is anti-vax because she started spouting stuff about COVID vaccines. Unfriend. I've become a lot more ruthless about getting rid of stuff like that now. True. Same here. And I know that I've brought it up, but I'm also, I mean, I know I've just had COVID, but I would like to try and keep this a COVID-free zone. I know that everything's kind of way more relaxed now than it was, but I still would like to try and keep this as an escapism zone. Bethany says, I'm terribly late, completely forgot it was Sunday. I've been at the studio cutting out my bodice for my ball gown. Oh, exciting. How is that going? Is the white that you bought going to work for the ball gown, the bit that you want, the little lacy bit that you wanted to add? Natalie says, I think the pertinent issue is if the culture is a minority and the country in which you lived experienced discrimination. Yeah, it's a minefield, and rightly so. I do think a lot of people are all like, "Oh, it's all getting a little bit too much." It's like, well, no. I do think that you need to be respectful of other people's cultures. So yeah, but again, that's a giant minefield of a topic. Sarah says, those are amazing. I'm going to have to really look to see if I can find something similar in the US. Like I say, it's called Elba, and their top file says made in France. I do think they're available in America, but they are. I love them. I used to have plastic sleeves, which were okay, but they didn't expand as much as I needed them to for some of my chunkier patterns. Altered Reality says, good morning from bright and sunny southern Alberta. Actually catching the live today. Hello, good morning. Caroline says to Bethany C, can't wait to see that work of art. Anthea says, oops, sorry, didn't realise we were on a COVID-free zone in here. It's a great idea. There's enough of it out in the real world. I'll stick to that from now on. Thank you, Anthea. Sorry. Yes, no, I mean, like I said, I started talking about it, but just because I had it and I had to let you guys know. But yeah, I'm trying to keep it just for escapism purposes, for my mental health as well as yours. Because as you say, so many people are spouting so much rubbish about it that it just does get a little bit depressing. Bethany says, yes, I think it's going to work perfectly. And thank you to Caroline. That's really cool. Right, let's get this front seam sewn. One thing I will say, my machine has a knee lift for the foot, and oh my God, I love it. It's a really small thing, but it's just like the ability to move your foot up and down with your knee and be able to keep your hands on your work, like both hands on your work, is just fabulous. Just making sure I'm not going to fluff up any of my seam allowance. There we go, that's better. I went too far. Yeah, the knee lift is amazing because you can pivot your work. And I can tell my machine that I want the needle to finish with the needle down, so that when I want to pivot my work, I don't have to try and like judge it on the foot pedal to get it so that the needle is down. It will finish the stitch with the needle down. I can also tell the machine to finish the stitch with the needle up. Like, there's all these little things that I've had this machine for so long now that I do take for granted, but yeah. Itchy nails. My wire keeps getting caught. Must not sew wire, that would be bad. I do have a spare one because Chiana eats them when she wants attention. She's eaten through enough that I think she's eaten through 3. And it got to the point where it was like, right, I better have a spare one on hand because my livelihood is dependent on my computer. And I do have a desktop computer. But now that I have a spare one in stock, she's not once chewed through it. Because of course not. Why would she? Like, it's not going to be inconvenient. I mean, it's expensive. I'm not saying she should be allowed to do that, and also dangerous. but she knows she gets immediate attention if she starts playing with the wires. Getting there. We are getting there. Again, just making sure seam allowances are all lying flat. They're pinned flat, so they should be, but it's good to double check. Where did I get to with the chat? Sorry. Natalie says, removed my last comment so as not to continue the politics law. So sorry, doing something I hate. It's fine, don't worry. It's very easily done. Don't worry. It's not a problem at all. Like I say, I just trying to keep it light and fluffy so it's an escapism, so it's somewhere that we can go that isn't heavy, which is something I need as much as anyone else, I think. Caroline says, when I was little, we lived in Hounslow and we had an Indian couple living next door to us. I called them auntie and uncle, and their children were the nicest people. Oh, lovely. Ruby says, what is the name of the machine that you use? Is the leg press both left or right leg? It's only on the right leg, and it's the Bernina 830, which they don't make anymore. It's an 880 plus now, which apparently only has 2 extra features over the 830. If I can find one when I have the money, I am going to buy an 820 as my backup machine, which might sound ridiculous, but I absolutely love this thing. And the only difference between the 830 and the 820 is that the 820 doesn't do sideways motion and doesn't do embroidery, but I don't need a second embroidery unit. I mean, if I had the money, I'd buy another one of these, but I don't. So, yes. Paula says, we'll have to rewatch Feed of later. Off to the cinema now. Enjoy the rest of your day, Shine and Peeps. And you too, Paula. Enjoy the cinema. Nice to see you. Jennifer says to Ruby, it's a Bernina 9000 model, if I remember correctly, a higher end Bernina with dual feed. Yeah, like I say, it's the 830. I bought it 8 years ago. At the time, it was the top of the line one that they do, and it's been upgraded to the 880 and then the 880 plus. And if you've bought an 880 but want the plus, you can actually have a software upgrade. But Mum has the 880, and it's very different. Like the way that the feed and everything looks is very different. Like the computer screen looks. So yeah, I'm a huge fan. You don't need all these bells and whistles. 100% you don't need all these bells and whistles. I had the money at the time, so I bought the most expensive machine out there on my mum's recommendation. Same with my overlocker. Okie dokie, so sign in the front. Now I need to clip my curves. Or do I? I definitely need to clip my corners so that I can turn those through and have them nice and pointy. And trim down my seam allowance. It's all trying to get away from me. Come back. Do the other side. I need to turn the iron on as well because I need to press in a second. Natalie says, I just finished playing Fabric Chicken, cutting out a dress for the So Frugal challenge. Oh, did you win? I hope you did. If I ever have the chance to have like a really big sewing room, I mean, I know this one's big, but that would be something else that I would do, is have like a cutting table that was like 3 or 4 meters long, maybe even longer. Depends how big the room is I have, but yeah, I would have like the longest cutting table that I could fit into my space, so that I could lay out the entirety of the fabric and, you know, like cut out the entirety of a dress in one go without having to like put some on, cut it out, put some on, cut it out. That would be the dream. Jojo says, okie dokie, my lovelies, 4 of my fabric shelves are looking amazing and neatly folded, so I shall say goodbye to you all and go pour myself a cheeky vodka and tonic. Definitely deserve it, right? You definitely do. Enjoy. Caroline says to Jojo, absolutely. Anthea says to Jojo, absolutely you do. Long time no see, Debbie. Yep. Jojo. Nimoy says to Jojo, sounds well earned, Jojo. Elena said to Natalie, what challenge is that? Anthea says, Sean, do you have a formula for working out the length of elastic needed for a waistband? I tend to, if it's an elasticated waistband, I tend to do my waist measurement plus 2 inches so that I can overlap those 2 inches to stitch it together. I like elasticated waistbands to be snug, so it's my actual waist measurement with no ease in it, but I don't want it to be too tight because I don't want it to be uncomfortable. I hope that makes sense. Okay, let's just do the other front. Natalie says, Elena, if you search So Frugal 22, you'll find lots of videos on it. Basically, sew a garment using a free pattern and fabric from your stash. Jennifer says, see, memories, 8:30. Yes. Carolyn says, variety is a spice of life. That goes for both flavour and opinions. Cancel Society has completely missed this. Yes. Ruby's asking what my hobby is apart from sewing, paper crafting and gaming, although I don't get to game very often. Elena says to Natalie, that sounds nice. We'll check it out. Thank you. Natalie says, I did win. I can have bishop sleeves and a cowl neck. Yay. Awesome. Theron says, I'm so excited for Saturday. Invited my hubby to polo match 20 years and 20 kilos ago. I would for sure recreate that Pretty Woman polka dot dress. The dress code is elegant with a touch of Africa. Ooh, nice. Natalie says, I'm hacking the Vera top pattern from Forget Me Not Patterns to make a sweater dress. Ooh, that sounds good as well. Right, okay. So now I need to trim the neckline. All the curve clipping talk earlier is kind of like really making me think. It's like, oh, should I not be doing that? Because I've done that. I've clipped all my curves on all my previous ones, and they've been fine. It's just see, I don't think there is a right or wrong answer to sewing. I think there is just the like, this is what works for me. So I'm going to do this. Okie dokie. So that's all done. So now I am going to clip my curves carefully. I've as you guys know, been like rewatching Supernatural so that I can watch the last 2 seasons. It turns out that I'd missed, and I currently have "Carry On My Wayward Son" in my head. Sorry if you now have an earworm. Right, so now I can pin and sew my armholes. Where did I get to? And as I say, I stress out so much about finding the right way to do things that I then don't do anything. So I appreciate that opinion, Sean. I mean, I I think that's one of the things that I have most come away with from teaching myself to sew is that, up until today, I was totally convinced that the right way to do it was to clip your curves. And I can completely see why, especially in a costuming environment, you would not want to weaken those kinds of seams because, like, actors, as Anthea mentioned, will be, a lot more mobile and movement in their outfits. And also, like, for ease of altering as well, because I'm sure, like, costumes have to be altered from person to person and get reused for other things. And if you've clipped into seam allowances, then you can't undo those seams, and things like that. But, like, I think I've said this a lot, and I say this a lot in my sew alongs. If you achieve the result you want at the end of your sewing experience, then it's the right way. And it doesn't matter if it's, like, I mean, there's people I watch sewing and I'm just like, what are you doing? Like, that's not how you do the thing. But that's because that's not how I do the thing. And that doesn't mean to say that I'm right and they're wrong. And, you know, it's just a different way of achieving the same end result. And if you're happy with your end result, then I don't think that you've done it. I don't think it matters if you've done it the right way or the wrong way at all. So yeah, I'm kind of glad that I'm self-taught. I would love some formal training, but I want formal training in pattern drafting. Um, and I have a feeling I like as much as I keep saying that if I won the lottery, I would spend it all on at Joel's and Sons and then go and do all the Susan Calgie couture techniques, week long sewing classes that she does. I can imagine that I would actually get very frustrated with those because there's a lot of hand sewing that needs to be done, and I don't overly enjoy that kind of aspect of things. I like sewing on my I feel more secure sewing on my machine as well, that it's going to be sturdy and actually last. I mean, there's totally stuff that I will hand sew, and I can totally see the benefit of hand basting for certain things and types of fabrics and stuff like that. And I would totally enjoy a week-long class with Susan Calgie, but I'm not sure that I want to couture sew everything. And there is a lot of handwork and hand stuff done in couture sewing, so I'm not sure that that would end up being my favorite way of doing something. But I think as long as you enjoy the process, I mean, there are definitely rules to follow, but then once you've learnt the rules, you can totally break any rules that just don't suit you or agree with you if you get the result that you want. I mean, there's totally specific ways of doing things that will give you better results than others. But it's like I was talking about earlier with the sew-alongs. Like, I rarely show how I install invisible zips anymore because I'm constantly being referred to that threads video, and it's like, okay, that works for you. That's your way of doing it. I don't want to learn a new way of doing it. I like my way of doing it. My way of doing it works for me. I know I don't have to think about it. So, you know, that's why I don't show my method for installing invisible zips, because it's just frustrating to constantly be referred to this other superior method. And it's like, you know what? If that works for you, that's great. Use that one. And I link to it and I tell people about it, but it doesn't work for me because I've learned this other way of doing it and I like this other way of doing it. So yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, there we go. Rachel Lynn says, have a wonderful day, everyone. I have to get going to my daughter's violin concert. Oh, wonderful. Have a wonderful time. Elena says, that's a very familiar situation after watching Supernatural. Yes, constantly got wayward son in your head. Anthea says, oh, yes, absolutely. Some parts of the costume can have up to 2-inch seam allowance to allow for alterations. Wouldn't work if those were clipped and unusable. Exactly. Natalie says, you'll never learn without making some mistakes. Where did I get to? Every amazing sewer started out as a bumbling novice. You just have to try. Exactly. I mean, I've done a video of my early projects, some of my early projects. Oh my gosh, those things are awful. Anthea says, there's no wrong way to do it as long as you're happy with the results. Exactly. Nessa says, individual truth versus absolute truth. It's a problem. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like Laurel says, Anessa, I can relate. I want to try a 1920s 1-hour dress and found a nice fabric for a low price that I won't be precious about. I'm still hesitant to start cutting. I mean, this is the thing. Like, it's all about experimentation and enjoying the process. And that's a brilliant way to do it. Like, you're trying something new. You've bought an inexpensive fabric to do it with. So if it works, fabulous. Then break out the expensive stuff. If it doesn't work, it's not the end of the world. And I think we just need to try stuff. And, you know, as I say, something that works for somebody might not work for somebody else. But at the end of the day, as long as you're getting the results that you want, however you get there, I mean, this is with sewing, like, you know, this is the same with everything. Like, as long as you don't hurt anyone along the way, I mean, with sewing, the only person you're really going to hurt along the way is yourself if you accidentally stick yourself with a needle or a pin. Ask me how I know. But yeah, you know, like, just you do you. I do my sew-alongs and videos as like a suggestion for like, this is the way that I want to do this thing. I feel a lot of the time there are cleaner finishes and machine finishes that can be achieved with the big 4 sewing patterns that they just don't talk about because they're really difficult to describe in words. So I get that, although apparently the sewing instructions are going to be having a major overhaul, which is exciting. Although it might put me out of a channel because my whole shtick is like interpreting big 4 patterns. But yeah, I mean, if you end up with a result that you like, how you got there really doesn't matter. And if anyone asks to see the inside of your garments, tell them to bugger off. It's like I like the look of French seams and linings on the inside of things. And I line garments that aren't necessarily meant to have a lining. They're supposed to have facings in them, or, you know, things like that. But I don't particularly like facings. I can sew a facing in. I'm not incapable of doing that. I've watched videos of how other people who teach people to sew facings in, and I do all the things that I'm meant to, all the things they recommend. I just don't like facings. Never have. So I'd rather line them. And I don't like overlocking the insides of my garments. So I would rather use bias binding or hug snug or French seams on the inside, just because I don't like how overlocking looks on the inside of my garments. That does not mean that I am right, and that does not mean that everybody else has to do that. Not remotely. Like, you finish your seams how you want to finish your seams. And if you know, like, I constantly get asked to see the inside of my garments, and I don't mind, because I've spent time making them look pretty. I don't mind showing them off. But like, nobody's going to see the inside of your garments unless you want them to. So you do you. I think that is my overriding message, is that if it's your hobby, if you're doing this for pleasure, then make sure it is pleasurable for you. Make sure that you are enjoying what you're doing. If it gets to the point where you're like, oh, but I can't do the thing because I have to have this, or I have to do it this way, or I mean, I know for a while there was controversy in the costuming community about, like, oh, you've got to have natural fibers, you can't use polyester, you can't do this, you can't do the other. And you know, people were getting judged and shamed for like using the fabrics that they had available to them, or bed sheets and things like that. And it's like, doesn't matter. Stop being so mean. It's not, they're not trying to portray themselves as like, this is a period accurate piece of clothing. This is, they're trying to make something that they love and enjoy the process of getting there. So, you know, I know there was a whole bunch of that going on for quite a while, and that's stopped now, which is great, because, you know, it's like the last hangout I did, we were talking about polyesters for muslins and things, and I was just saying, you know, I'm trying not to buy polyester anymore because I don't want to put any more microplastics out into the world. And you know, like, if I make a muslin, I will try and do it out of calico or cotton lawn or something like that, or wearable muslin fodder. So like, it less expensive viscoses. I mean, all fabric is damaging to the environment, but I am trying to consume less polyester and use less polyester. And someone was like, oh, I hadn't thought about that. You know, just that's what I buy for cheap mock-ups. And it's like, I'm not trying to say that you shouldn't do that. Not at all. Like, if that's the only fabric you have access to and is what's available to you, then yeah, totally. Then, you know, like, I'm not saying that because you can't afford the other thing, you can't do the thing that you love, but it's just something to think about. And then loads of people were like, yeah, bed sheets or fabric from the thrift shop. And you know, this was something that the lady hadn't even thought about. She was like, oh, that's such a good idea. And, you know, she was just like, yeah, no, that's a great idea. And kind of took that away. But it, you know, it was never meant to be like a, you must never use the thing. Because I mean, I went and then bought like 12 meters of polyester to make my evening gown. I'm planning on never washing that gown because it's going to be a dry clean only dress, and I'm planning on not putting any of the offcuts into the rubbish tip. They're all going to go into dog bed stuffing. So to try and minimize the microplastics that I'm impacting on the world. And, you know, ideally I wouldn't have bought that, but the equivalent fabric in a silk, which would have been what it would have needed to be, would have been hundreds of pounds, like 10 times the price that it was, because it was £4 per meter. And I found some that was very similar, but it was £35 a meter, and I couldn't afford that. So yeah. Nimoy says, I think it's pretty rude to refer blah, blah, blah. I think it's pretty rude to refer someone who's happy and successful with their method to a better method one. Kind of insulting even. Obviously different if someone is struggling. Yeah, I mean, totally. Like, I you know, if somebody wants a bunch of different methods to try, then yeah, totally recommend them. But when people are like, you should do it this way, it's like, I don't want to do it that way. I want to do it this way. I like this way. And this way works for me. Ashley says, I need to start rewatching Supernatural, even for just the music's sake. Couldn't watch the last 2 seasons. I've been really enjoying it. Really enjoying it. I've got through about 6 series a month so far. So yeah, I'm on season 15. Anthea says, love watching your video because your finish is so good. My garments are not messy inside, but I don't have the patience for French seaming. So even if the big four do revamp some of their instructions, I will still continue watching just for that. Oh, thank you. Natalie says, I'm literally wearing a historical garment made from a bedsheet right now. Nice. May Keys here says, thanks for a lovely afternoon of sewing. Just finished 2 projects, listening to this and sewing along. Lovely. Thank you for joining us. And Natalie says, it's a medieval sit class made from cotton flannel plaid sheets. They're super comfy and I love it. It sounds awesome. Right, I'm going to trim the armholes down with my pinking shears because that again will help me notch the curves. I'm going to turn it through and press it, and then I think I will call it a day because we've been going for 5 hours and 11 minutes. You can tell I've missed you guys. My tongue has really got rubbed raw on that cracked tooth at the back of my mouth, though. I'm like, every time I talk, I'm noticing that my tongue hurts. Okay, so this is going to be a dry clean only garment as well because it's dry clean only wool and I haven't had it pre-treated. So I hope it won't shrink if I have to have it dry cleaned. Yeah, this this garment could definitely not be altered with all the clipping and notching and curves and like stuff that I've done to it. The only place it will be able to be adjusted would be the side seams because they're the only ones that are going to still be intact. I mean, the back seam is still intact as well, but I have clipped the neck curve. Right, so let's get this other one done. Kathleen says, got the bag cut out and started to assemble. Once the chat is done, I hope to find an old David Niven movie to watch. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I'm on to book 3 of the Winnowing Flame trilogy, and it is a trilogy. So I just finished The Bitter Twins, and Poison Song is the next one. Really enjoying it. And it was recommended, like, if you like Robin Hobb, you'd like this author, and they are not wrong. I'm very much enjoying her stuff. Jen Williams. Just trying to be really careful around the seams when the seams cross over because it is just a little bit bulkier there, and I want to make sure that I am not cutting anything I shouldn't be because that would be sad. Okay, I can turn it through now. Yay! I always love this bit. This bit always feels like magic. Always feels like magic. Oh, I can't leave you guys just hanging with the, like, I'll have to sew the side seams up and then so I'm going to turn it through, press it, sew the side seams up, and then I'll be able to try it on, and all that we'll need doing then is the side seams will need to be slip stitch finished and the buttons and buttonholes, but I can do those off camera. But yeah, let's see. So Jennifer says, I need to go pick up groceries, but I'll rewatch the video so you can see how the waistcoat turns out. She says, I'll stay for the turnout. Yeah, this bit is magic. I love this bit. It's just so satisfying. Starting to look like a waistcoat. It all needs pressing now. Lots of pressing. And the iron back on. My phone is going nuts. Why is my phone going nuts? So many Facebook requests. Okay. Let's see. Memories. Yeah, awesome. You know when you've done something in your mouth as well and you can't stop your tongue just going to that area? Yeah. Right. Okay, so let's go back over to the ironing board. So we've got a lot of pressing to do, so I'll take you with me. And again, sorry if you're getting seasick. There we go. Hello. Got lots of pressing to do. So this bottom back edge seam, I'm actually going to press it open and then press it flat. I should have enough room to do that. It would have been easier if I'd done this before I'd sewn up the armholes. But when am I ever about making my life easy for myself? Let's see. Definitely going to have to come at it from both sides as well. But that's okay. We can do this. We can do this. That song, it's in my head. It will forever be the Supernatural song for me as well. I don't know if I'd heard it before. If I'd ever heard of it before Supernatural. I don't think I had. So much pressing. Thankfully, I'm using a silk and a wool that actually enjoy being pressed and are behaving themselves nicely, which is awesome. Okay. First part done. Let's see. Ashley says, yay. Box 3D says, hi, I'm back from the garden. My quince tree has not been doing good. Cleaned up the weeds, watered, and added some fertilizer. Fingers crossed it comes back strong now in the spring. Ooh, good luck. Bree says, good night, Sean and Peeps. See you next hangout. Bye. As that song is stuck in my head now too. Bye. Sorry. Thank you for joining us, Bree. Let us know how you get on with your fabric ordering. If you do decide to splurge on some spoon flour. Okay, pressing my armholes now. Laurel says there's a pliable wax that people with braces can put on any stabby or scratchy bits of metal. Maybe that might cover the rough bit of your tooth. Ooh, yeah, I'll have to have a look into that because I'm going to have to book a dentist appointment, but I don't know how quickly I will be able to get seen. Yeah, that's a very good idea, Laurel. Thank you. Anthea says, yay, my trousers are finally finished. Thanks, Sean, for keeping me company while I did it. I've been on my cutting and sewing table for over 6 months now. Now I can cut my So Frugal garment. So nice to get something like that finished. I still have that Tessuti camisole cut out. It's been cut out for nearly 2 years now. Really ought to just bite the bullet and make that thing. Right, I'm going to need my pokey de bass. Try and get some nice, neat corners. Got another armhole to do. Jennifer says, yay, the groceries are already ready to be picked up, so maybe back before the stream is done. Who knows? Ooh, nice. Very nice. If not, it was lovely to see you, Jennifer. Thank you for joining us this morning. I mean, afternoon for us, but morning for you. Sarah says, that's awesome to Anthea. Laurel says, congratulations on your finished trousers to Anthea. Elena says, in season 15, Jensen's bestie, Christian, my favourite actor singer, is finally visiting the series and they end up singing a song together. That song sticks too. I've seen that one too. I just watched that one. Wasn't he in one of the earlier episodes? My best friend is watching Supernatural at the moment as well, but she's on season 8. She texted me the other day and she was like, Sam and Amelia's breakup was stupid with no context. And I was like, I haven't spoken to you in ages. What are you talking about? She's like, Supernatural. It's like, oh, the vet. Yeah, that was silly. Desperately trying to not singe my fingers. No singed fingers here. That would not be good. It's not what we want. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. Now I've got to do the front, complete front of the everything. So let's get that started. Yeah, the only downside about picking a lining like this stripe is that the white bits are just like, whoa, if they poke out of the front. So I'm having to be really careful to make sure that the lining really is rolling to the inside. Neat. Purple pokey thing. Get these corners. Properly turned through. One of the things I will tell people when they're sewing or starting to learn to sew, that pressing is definitely one of the things that you really don't want to skimp on. It can make such a difference. Such a huge difference to the outcome of your garments. So it's definitely something that it's worth investing in the right tools for. Like I say, I don't like my iron, so I won't recommend my iron, but I love my tailor's ham. I have a sleeve ham. I have a clapper. I have a silk organza pressing cloth. None of them are like ridiculously expensive, but when you start adding them all up, it can, you can spend a lot of money on these individual tools. But I highly, highly recommend. Highly recommend. Let's see. Elena says nope. That's the only time the boys did overtalked him to a visit. Maybe I'm thinking of a different. It's not the one in the bar, is it? Where it turns out the guy who's supposed to be his old friend is actually the bad guy. Hopefully I've not spoiled anything for anyone. Because maybe I haven't. Oh, spitting everywhere. Maybe I haven't gotten to that episode yet. Oh, that one. I thought he was an old hunter friend. Maybe because I recognized him from something, but maybe I recognize him from Jensen Ackles' Instagram. Because I know I've seen that guy before, but I thought he was like an old hunter friend of their dad's. But then it was pre-Sammy, so yeah, no, I just wonder where I recognize that guy from then. Because I know I've seen him in something. Anthea says, pressing is so important. I went to prom and a girl there had her dress made, but none of the seams were pressed and it ruined the dress. Poor girl had paid so much for the dress and it looked awful. Oh gosh. God, if you're charging people for your work, you should definitely be pressing. Like it really is half of what makes the guy. Like the sewing obviously is important, but making your garment look great, you definitely want to press the thing beautifully. Scrap Saturday S says, hi Shah, my name is Monica and I have never commented here, just spent many Sundays sewing along with you. Just called my 15-year-old son up to try on his Cameron button-up that I'm sewing in Stella Whale cotton to find out he either grew overnight or I measured him totally wrong. Just ordered more fabric. Going to grieve this with a nice long walk in the first time sun here in Ontario, Canada. Thank you for such amazing sewing content. I appreciate all that you do. Hugs, Monica. Thank you, Monica, and thank you for saying hello, but welcome and thank you for joining us when you do. I'm so sorry about yeah, I mean, I've heard that kids, especially boys, do particularly just like spring up. But yeah, thank you for joining us and thank you for your lovely comment. And I hope the walk is fun and sort of makes you feel better. There's nothing worse, is there? And then having spent all that time on something only for it to not fit. Elena says probably, and we did talk about the other projects, leverage redemption, and librarians some months ago. I know I've seen him in something. I'll have to look it up. Could well be, like I say, on Jensen Ackles' Instagram though. Christine says, I have to go now and make the tea. I've been in and out all afternoon. Really enjoyed it. Have a good week and bye, everyone. Thank you for joining us, Christine. And Scrap and Saturday S says, thank you, darling. No, nothing worse. Exactly. Lol. Oh, it'll be fine. I mean, it won't be. But yeah, go enjoy your walk. Definitely making sure I'm trying to get these front edges nice and crisp. I need more steam because my iron has run out. And it's half full, but it seems to just lose all will to do any kind of steam when it's not like 3/4 full on over. As he says, I've just checked. He's from Librarians. Love that series. Wish they continued it. Have I seen that one? Sounds familiar, but I think it might be because we've been talking about it. It's definitely going to be after one that I check out because, you know, like I say, I'm nearly at the end of Supernatural, so I'm going to need some new viewing content soon. We're getting there. We are getting there. Trying not to steam my fingers. Nearly done. Okay. This front edge could do with another press. But we are getting there. definitely getting there. So glad that I finally got around to making this up as well. This wool's really nice to work with. I'm really glad that I interfaced all of it. Okay, starting to look a lot more like a waistcoat. Right, so now we just got to sew up the side seams. And then I think we're going to call it a day for today. I will do the buttons and buttonholes though, but I will do those off camera because there's no pressure then. Right. Let us do the side seams. Right, where do we get to? As he says, Librarians was great for me as in its cheesiness, not like Supernatural at all, but fun. Ah, cool. Elena says to Asley, check out his latest series. They are both starting to shoot season 2 in both. Kathleen says, years ago, I spent hours making my son pants with cargo pocket flaps, lots of top stitching. While they were laying over a chair, my husband wanted to cut off something and cut off one of the legs. Oh my gosh, no! Nimue says, I'm 90% sure what I want to write for next month's writing challenge, but I'll better watch some Criminal Minds episodes to be sure before I sign up. That's my evening sorted. Nice! And Asley gives Elena a thumbs up. And Laurel says to Kathleen, oh no, the horror. Yeah, no, that's terrible. Ah! Right, so we need to pin the side seams together and get those sewn into place. I always like this way of sewing waistcoats. Trying to get my seam allowances flat. Okay. So get this all pinned together. Match up my notches. Nimue says to Kathleen, oh gosh, what a tragedy. Did he have to spend the night on the couch? Scraps and Saturday say, oh my goodness, it says, oh my goodness to Kathleen. And Kathleen says, well, I never let him live it down. Oh gosh, no. What on earth was he thinking? Okay, so now's the tricky bit. You've got to try and pin as much of the lining together as possible. But I will obviously have to slip stitch quite a large portion of it closed. But that's fine. We can do that. And the other side. Just want the stitching to go a little bit past the underarm seam. Okay, so let's very carefully, without sticking myself with all of the pins, get this side seam number 1 sewn, and then we can move on to side seam number 2. This is always a little bit fiddly, but we'll get there. This is usually the point where I stab myself with a pin as well. Rearranging everything. Proper concentration face on at the moment as well. Sorry about that. Somebody said earlier I'm really good at chatting and sewing at the same time. Not so much when I have to actually concentrate. We really don't want any tucks or puckers. That would not be good. And I've still got the wayward sun going around in my head as well. Don't want to sew over my pin. I know Bianca has an agreement with her sewing machine, but I do not. Nearly done. I'm going to stop that there. So that's one done. Trim off the threads carefully. Do not cut a hole in it now. That needs to be pressed. We've got one side seam shut. Let's do the other one and not get anything twisted, because that's not what we want. Scrap Saturday says, what was he cutting, Kathleen? Elena says, Kathleen, what did he cut your work for? Or what for did he cut your work? Altered Reality says, Kathleen, the horror. No, he can never live that down. Definitely not, no. Oh, wow. Okay. So, getting there. Getting there. So, my seam allowances together. I always start by pinning the seam allowances together just so that nothing gets too squiffy. Okay. Right. Seam allowances are done. I can pin the rest of the side seam. Again, match up the notches. That's what they're there for. And little bit of this aligning. There we go, and then a lot more of this bit of aligning. Kathleen says he was making cut-offs from a pair of jeans. He did feel really bad though, so I had to forgive him. Oh bless. As he says to Kathleen, were you able to salvage it? Noelia says, my mum told me that back in the 1950s, when her sister was a professional seamstress, she snipped the bottom of a finished dress. My aunt managed to save it, but my mum was in big trouble. She was only about 4 years old while her sister was 19. Oh, wow. Whoopsie. Yeah. It's not good. Yet another reason that people should never pick up your fabric scissors. Because if they're not using your fabric scissors, they know not to use other scissors on like blunt scissors on fabric. So if they're having to ask permission for the scissors, then hopefully then accidents like that wouldn't happen. But well, life happens, doesn't it? So they probably would. Ignore me. I'm rambling. My poor tongue is getting sorer and sorer. Ouch. Definitely going to have to ring the dentist. Because this is painful. But it's a different kind of painful, so it's taken my mind off the jaw, so there's that. Trying to get my seam allowances to lie flat. I think I have succeeded. Yeah, I definitely end up getting stabbed a lot when I do this particular bit. I need to turn the iron on again in a second. I mean, it's good that the iron has like a timer in it and it cuts off after a while, because we've all been there where you've left the iron on, and I would not want to burn down my house. That would be bad. Okie dokie. So second side seam is complete. So trim off the threads. Go and turn the iron on. Do not cut a hole in the project. Hello. We have a waistcoat. Oh, it's so cute. I'm really glad I interfaced this fabric. I do think that was a good call. Right, so I need to press the side seams open, and then we can slip stitch them closed on the inside, and then I need to buttonholes and buttons. Words are hard. Wow, we've been going for nearly 6 hours. Blimey. Let's see. Kathleen says no, the pants were a loss. Oh no. Noelia says she's never forgotten that. I can imagine. Wow. Elena says, but after the dentist you can buy fabric. This is true. And Altered Reality, Laurel says it looks great. Altered Reality says lovely. Noelia says that is so beautiful, Sean. Right, I'm going to press the side seams and then I'll try it on and then I will let you guys go. You guys have hung out with me for a very long time, which is very much appreciated. It has been so lovely to see you all again. Right, so I'm going to use my other little sleeve ham to press these seams, because these ones are a little bit tricky. Because you have to kind of press them all in one go, because you can't really get the iron in there. So you need to try and get all the seam allowance to lie open at the same time, which can be a little bit tricky. So there we go. Yeah, I'm going to do the same for the top. So get the top and the bottom done, then I can work on the rest of the seam, because obviously I need to press the whole of the side seam open, and I also need to press the bit of seam allowance that's not been sewn. I need to press that under as well so that I can then sew it together. So I need to kind of guesstimate. So it's all a little bit fiddly, but we can get there. We can do it. We can do it. And then a little bit of pressing from the right side as well, just to really make sure everything's nice and clean. So that's one side done. Let's do the other side. So nice and open. Open, come on, behave yourself. Does not want to behave itself. There we go, that's better. Okay, and then the other. Okay, so that's the top and the bottom of the second side seam done. Now I just need to do the middle part, which means I need to get my lining seam allowance folded under. There we go. Okay, and then press it from the right side. Sorry, I am literally just sort of thinking out loud now. There we go. Okay, so let me bring you back over here. We can have a look and see what we've accomplished. There's still 94 of you here. Thank you for hanging out with me for so long. Right, plug you back in. We don't want you dying on us, that would be bad. So obviously not with this dress. Noelia says, sorry to hear that you have more pain in your mouth. It would be good for you to have a break. It would be nice, yes. Nimue says the waistcoat looks great. Thank you. Vanessa says, don't forget to like the live stream, peeps. Oh, yes, thank you. It's 144 likes. Nimue says, Mum has gone to get takeout from our favourite Greek restaurant. My stomach is eagerly awaiting her return. Ooh, yummy. Ashley says to Nimue, oh, you're so lucky. I have to eat my bland boiled potatoes. Yeah, I'm thinking about getting a takeaway for this evening. Now, obviously, there are no buttons and buttonholes on this at the moment. Oh, it's so pretty. Obviously, it will sit. Oh, I like it a lot. I like it so much. I think I'm going to use my coconut shell buttons on it because I think that I really like how they look, and I think it will be like a nice addition to it, but I'm really pleased. I am really pleased. I am very pleased indeed. Right. Very pleased. Okay, let's tip you back down a little bit. Let's see. Where did I get to? So, Altered Reality says to Nimue, yum, I'm trying to decide what to make for brunch. Nice. Ashley says, joys of being sick. Poor thing. Alina says, gorgeous, thank you. Kathleen says, beautiful, love it. Better dig out my pattern. It's a really awesome pattern. Ashley says, love the waistcoat. Caroline says, looks fab. Nessie Mia says, love it, thank you. Anthea says, I was just going to say goodbye, but teenagers has cornered me into making some scrunchies out of fat quarters. Oh, nice. Nimue says, Ashley, hope you feel better soon. Bye, everyone. The food is here. Enjoy. Noelia says, so beautiful. So thank you very much for hanging out with me for 6 hours today. I didn't intend to go this long, but I have really enjoyed myself. So thank you very much. I will see you all next Sunday for a live hangout, and there will be waffle this week. So I hope you are looking forward to it all. I'm not sure if we're going to do the Charlotte Dragons next Sunday or not. It depends how I get on this week. We shall see. So I will say goodbye to you for now. Thank you for joining me. It has been a lot of fun, and I will see you all very soon. Bye. Now go and end it gracefully. Bye.